Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular council meeting for July 9th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'll now call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us, looking to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. We have our regular council meeting minutes from June 25th. Any errors or omissions in those minutes? If not, looking for a motion. Thank you, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Moving on in the agenda, we have our section for public hearings. So we have a 9 a.m. public hearing for bylaw 1194/24. So with that, I will ask the applicants to step forward and come have a seat. So I will call the public meeting to order at 9:01. I'll now outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and a break within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, members of council can have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So before we turn it over to staff for the background report, let's take a moment to do introductions. And I'll start on my right.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, Councillor Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve and Councillor for Division 7.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6. And happy birthday, Murray.
Thank you. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Amber Williams, Development Officer.
You may introduce yourself.
Sorry, Sarah Hen.
Okay.
And Ian Olderkirk, applicant.
Thank you. So we'll start off, we'll ask Ms. Williams, the Development Officer, to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I will just want to also let you know that we have Senior Planner Dustin Bisson with us virtually today. Hi, Dustin.
Hello, Dustin.
Good morning, Council.
Esther Oderkirk currently holds title to the northwest of 29, 37 of 5, west of the 5th, containing 155.68 acres of land. The subject land is designated Agriculture District A. The subject property is located approximately 7.5 miles northeast of the village of Caroline. Ian Oderkirk and Sarah Hen have made application on behalf of the landowner to redesignate 4 acres located in the northwest portion of the quarter section from the Agriculture District to the Country Residence Agricultural District, or CRA. The remaining 151.68 acres of the quarter section would remain under the Agriculture District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with the subdivision to create separate title to the 4-acre CRA parcel. The proposed 4-acre CRA parcel is described as flat hayland and is located just north of an existing CRA parcel that was subdivided off in 1980. Access to the proposed CRA parcel and the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from existing joint access off Range Road 5-5, adjacent to the west property boundary at the north end of the quarter section. The remainder of the quarter section is mainly flat, cleared farmland. There is an existing yard site located in the west central portion of the quarter section. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the undeveloped yard site. This will allow the applicants to develop the proposed parcel so that they can live close to the family farm and help their aging parents with farming operations. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. And the attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the landowner is present or will be present at the meeting to speak at the proposal. So the following are legislative and policy considerations for the planning direction. Comprehensive information is available on each section in the agenda package. Just please let us know if you have any questions or require clarification. So the Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision and development regulations, covers consideration in respect to the land. In Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan, Section 4, protecting surface water and groundwater resources and healthy aquatic systems. Section 5, agricultural land and operations and subdivision and development on agricultural land. Section 6 covers buffering and residential/recreation subdivision. Section 10, subdivision of land, number of permitted parcels in a quarter section designated ag, legal and physical access and location of parcels. And Section 11, location of parcels again, and subdivision and development requirements, and water and wastewater services. Section 14 covers redesignation, subdivision, and development information that the county may request, and evaluating the impacts, land quality, and suitability of the proposed application. This section also covers municipal reserves. Under the Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw, Section 13.4, Part 4, the purpose of the CRA district. And same section, but C is acceptable lot size. And then Section 1.7 covers the definition of the intensive ag district. Would council wish me to go into any more detail on any of those sections? I think that is recommendation. Okay. And we have a map showing where that is, yeah, so
Okay,
that's everything
that's
for
it.
me.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Well, I guess we could, yes, let's go to policy considerations. The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the subdivision of an undeveloped site so that the applicants can develop the proposed acreage. It is the applicant's intent to live on the acreage once it's developed, so they can be closer to the family farm and help their aging parents with farming operations. There is legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. At the regular council meeting held on May 28, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1194/24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 1194/24.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll now ask if council has any questions for the development officer at this time. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. I noticed that that parcel does not go to the north property boundary. So there's like a panhandle access or driveway there. What's the intent around there?
Thank you, Councillor Rec. So their original application was with that panhandle to access an existing hay storage yard. When it was presented to the Municipal Planning Commission, it was recommended that that panhandle no longer be part of, that it would not be there. So it would just be a full parcel. So that's I believe Dustin can provide more clarification on that if what the application is going to look like in the end, or if council will have that final say on whether that panhandle is there.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Dustin, did you have anything you wanted to add on that?
No, I think you covered it off fairly well, Amber. I believe the applicants have indicated as well that they're okay removing that panhandle at the north end of the quarter section as well.
All right. Any further questions from council this time? Seeing none, I'll now invite Ms. Williams to present any comments received from referral agencies.
TELUS Communications has no concern with the proposed activities. Rocky Gas Co-op has no concerns or objections with this application. If the application proceeds, we may ask that the following be inserted into the note to applicant. Quote, for information on the installation of natural gas services, please contact Rocky Gas Co-op Limited, end quote. Fortis Alberta, thank you for contacting Fortis Alberta regarding the above application for subdivision. We have reviewed the plan and determined that no easement is required by Fortis Alberta. Fortis Alberta is a distribution wire service provider for this area. The developer can arrange installation of electrical services for this subdivision through Fortis Alberta. Please have the developer contact 310 Wire to make application for electrical services. Clearwater County Assessment Department, if approved, the Assessment Department would like to advise the applicant that the assessment of the subdivision will change from farmland to residential. Public Works Infrastructure has reviewed the application to amend the Land Use Bylaw request, and they have indicated that the north approach needs to be built to county standards, to a joint approach standard, if the panhandle to the remainder, pardon me, if the panhandle to the remainder of the quarter section remains in place. Alberta Health Services, the aforementioned application has been received by our office, and we are satisfied that the application poses minimal risk to public health. This review included the referred application circulation package as well as the Land Use Bylaw 714/01. It is our understanding that the subject lands are currently undeveloped, and the purpose of the subdivision is to create a nearby lot for family in order to provide farm help. AHS recommends consideration of the following items be made in order to ensure that the development of this property does not create a nuisance as defined in the Public Health Act. Under nuisance and general sanitation regulation, the setback distances outlined in section 15 and the NGS reg must be met, including not including a water well within 10 meters of a watertight septic tank, pump out tank, or other watertight compartment of sewage or wastewater system. 15 meters of a weeping tile field, evaporation treatment mound, or outdoor pit privy. 30 meters of a leaching cesspool. 50 meters of sewage effluent on the ground surface. 100 meters of a sewage lagoon, or 450 meters of any area where waste is or may be disposed of at a landfill within the meaning of the waste control regulation. Nor shall you locate any of the aforementioned items in 8F within the stipulated distances of an existing well. Mapping of the current surrounding land use, existence of neighbors' wells and sewage systems should be done in order to ensure compliance with section 15 of the NGS reg. At this time, we have no objection to the approval of this application. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on June 19, 2024. MPC recommends that Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the Land Use Amendment application number 10/24, without panhandle access to the remainder of the quarter section on the north side of the proposed parcel. The MPC provided the following reasons for the recommendation. It meets policy, although they are cautious to recommend subdividing a bare parcel for the third title. An outline plan would be required for future subdivision, and the area is developed or populated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'll now ask if the applicants wish to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments. Do you have any comments?
I have no comments. No.
Yeah, I have no comments either, thank you.
All right, thank you. I would now ask if any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application, step forward. Seeing none, I would now ask Ms. Williams if there were any written submissions in favor of the request.
No written submissions in favor of the proposal were received.
Thank you. And now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Seeing none, were there, Ms. Williams, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
Yes, one written submission in opposition to the proposal was received by Carl and Sandra Gurdon. This letter was forwarded to council and the applicants on Friday, July 5th for their review.
Thank you. I will now ask if the applicants want any final remarks in regards to your application? No? Yes? Respond. Okay, seeing none. I will now close the hearing at 9:16, and there are no motions to be entertained at this time. So with that, moving on into our agenda, to item 5.1, consideration of second and third readings for bylaw 1194/24. And I'll pass that over to Ms. Williams again.
Thank you, Reeve. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing today, administration requests that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 1194/24 for application number 10/24 to amend the land use bylaw. The purpose of 1194/24 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw number 714/01 to redesignate 4 acres of the northwest of 29, 37-5 west of 5th Meridian from the Agriculture District A to the Country Residence Agricultural District, CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section to create an undeveloped 4-acre CRA parcel. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details on this application. At the regular council meeting held on May 28, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1194/24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 1194/24. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with that, we have before us recommendation for second and third readings. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I have some questions with regards to the lagoon system on the property that is directly to the south of the proposed property. The opposition letter states that they have a lagoon system, and therefore this would not meet the setbacks. It would honestly not meet the setbacks of their own property, actually, technically. But we also can't potentially build a new property that also would be non-compliant with those setbacks. Can we dig into that a little bit further, please?
Well, according to AHS, they can't put a water well within 100 meters of an existing, of a sewage lagoon. So would that be possible on that property? Yes. As far as the property, creating a new property boundary close to an existing sewage lagoon, that would probably, like you said, is not legal itself.
Perhaps Mr. Bisson, would you like to
Yeah,
comment?
do you have something on that, Dustin?
Sure, I can jump in. So, based on what we've done previously in these situations, so sewage lagoons that are on an existing property really don't come into play when creating a new property boundary. Now, that lagoon, we did do some measurements, and I believe there is room for a water well at the north end of that property, and there's also room to meet the setbacks for any building on the proposed parcel. It would just have to be further to the north, northern portion of the quarter section boundary.
Thank you. For supplementary, yes?
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Biston, historically, we've had to change the boundaries of property lines in order to accommodate septic systems, et cetera. So how is building this then not making that continual, this layering on non-compliance is what it feels like?
Sure. So Had the acreage owners come in to do a boundary adjustment, we would have to amend the property boundaries for their property to meet the setbacks, that the 45-meter setback. It's not them that's coming in for this application. It's the remainder of the quarter section owners that are applying. Essentially, that existing system is grandfathered in, but you know, I can completely understand where your concerns are coming from on that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Grant.
I'm fairly uncomfortable with it as well. I'm just gonna ask, can we move this parcel south so that it's, excuse me, on the other side of the existing, the homestead that's with the remainder of the quarter? Can we move the property, the proposed property south? So it's not interfering with the already existing property. We don't have to worry about the wastewater. We're not setting up problems for the future.
Ms. Williams?
That would be up to the applicants to, if they wanted to have the parcel there.
Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead.
sorry, thank you
Yeah.
very much for the question.
Yeah.
No, for right now with the current title holder, there is no desire to have any development on to the south of the main homestead, just due to the consideration that it's the prime headland,
Okay.
cultivated land. So we had discussed that that would probably be the best access, and also due to the existing approach there, that also would have to be upgraded, but.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just wondering, what's the current agricultural activity on this quarter section? It's all hay?
There's the 40 acres there on the southwest corner that is currently cultivated.
Okay, and is this, does your family have other farmland in the area?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
I have a question in regards to the MPC recommendation in regards to an outline plan will be required for future subdivision. So is the intent of that comment to, for further subdivision, not particularly for this third title, but for outside this title? Is that was the intent?
That's right, yeah, so it wouldn't include this title for an outline plan requirement. So any future subdivision, more of an awareness piece and kind of stating that this will be the last one that happens before an outline plan is required.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question regarding Public Works. What was their approach, what's their approach policy like for distances? Because there's 1, 2, 3, and I think there's one just to the north of that, 2 on the other quarter. How many within a time frame distance is permitted? I know
Well,
they didn't.
I better not speak on the tree.
I know they didn't mention it in their application, but.
Mr. Bisson?
I'd be happy to speak to that. So you are allowed 4 approaches per half a mile. So within the quarter section, I believe there's 3 existing. And then there's a 50-meter separation distance between approaches.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other further questions? If not, looking for a motion. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, when you add this panhandle in, it keeps it under the 5 acres. I take it this panhandle doesn't add too much acreage to this 4 acres? It'd be 4 point some acres? Yeah. 4.1, 4.2.
Yeah, half an acre probably.
Panhandle is
like
actually
not
for
even.
the remainder of the quarter. It's not. The panhandle actually isn't part of the request. The panhandle is to get access to the remainder of the quarter. If a panhandle was to be there, the panhandle is not a part of this application. The panhandle remains with the quarter, so it stays 4. with the panhandle. If we removed the panhandle, and it would go up and then be 4 point, if you added it back in, but the panhandle is not, it stays with the border currently. Does that make sense?
Is that right?
Yes, the application for it with the panhandle into the quarter section, MPC recommended that the panhandle be removed. So if it were to be removed, it would add maybe a half an acre to the 4 acres, yeah. If council wishes to change the configuration of the parcel.
Regardless, that approach needs to be upgraded, whether it stays with a quarter or if it comes with the acreage.
Yes, well, sorry, if it remains a panhandle and it becomes access to the quarter as well as the parcel, it will need to be upgraded to a joint approach. If the panhandle is no longer, then it looks like it's a single approach, and Public Works didn't provide any comments if it were to say a single approach, if any upgrades would be required. So would assume that no upgrades would be required if it was just a single approach into this.
So then, if this panhandle stays with a quarter, this acreage needs a new approach on the end. And
The
there's
existing approach will need to be upgraded to a joint approach.
Mr. Bissett?
so then it would be a combined approach?
That's right. So I did reach out to Public Works on this, just to clarify, because I knew there was some concerns around leaving the approach in, leaving the panhandle there. With the panhandle being removed, it would not need any upgrades to the access. But if that panhandle stays in place, then all it needs to be done is the approach would need to be widened to the joint width standard.
Clarify? Councillor Cermak?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that it stays with the quarter and it needs to be upgraded. Because they're
That's
going
right.
to use it as a common approach to the quarter and the acreage. Right?
That is correct. That is correct, Brian.
Okay.
Councillor Cermak.
Well then, I would make recommendation that we take second reading.
Thank you for the motion for second reading. So a question in the regards to the drawing, if we did take out the panhandle, because there's other access to the rest of the quarter, the balance of the quarter on another access, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if it could still be 4 acres, it would be shrunk, yes, going to the north, but the boundary to the east would go to the west, correct? It could still stay 4 acres.
Could absolutely do that.
Okay, great. Councillor Graham?
I guess speaking to the motion, I very much support, I love to see family farms stay in families, and I think that's wonderful, and I very much support being able to age in place, which it seems like that's what this is to allow to happen. I can't vote in favor of it where it's located personally. I don't agree with having joint approaches, and I have concerns about the sewage as well, and I also just don't agree with it being right beside the parcel there. I think there were some valid concerns in that letter, and if it was me living there, I wouldn't want it right next to me either. It's nothing against you guys, just people like their space, and that's why they move to rural areas. So if we could move it, I would be supporting it, but where it's located right now, I can't support this motion.
Okay. Motion for second reading on the floor. Any comments or questions in regards to second reading before I call the question? I know for myself, you can plant trees. There's an opportunity for the new owners to mitigate maybe some of those concerns and give you a chance to do that. And in regards to the sewer issues, it's not in your purview at this point in time. It is theirs. So hopefully they will rectify that at some point in time. But if not, there is still opportunity to, like I say, to mitigate those concerns. So I'll be voting in favor. But Councillor Cermak, you are in favor, your motion for second reading stipulates that you are in favor of a panhandle. So I will be voting against this because I believe that the panhandles should be taken out and included in, and still have 4 acres in that regard. So I'll have to vote against your motion for second reading because of that reason that you've included a panhandle. So.
So we need a friendly amendment to my motion?
Would you accept a friendly amendment to that
Yes,
motion?
because I think that panhandle should come out of there too.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to amend your motion, or the friendly motion, to take the panhandle out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I will be supporting second reading if you do that. All right, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Further along that line, yes, I would like to see the panhandle removed, and I would prefer to see it stay as a 4-acre parcel, which would mean adjusting the east boundary, and that would give a little more room for machinery there on that hayland as well.
All right. Any other further comments before I call the question? See no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor of second reading? That's 4. Those opposed? That's 3. The motion is carried. Looking for a motion for third reading. There's a motion for third reading. Councillor Lougheed, thank you.
Reeve.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I just need some clarification with removing the panhandle. Is it to remove the panhandle and that's it, and then whatever the size of the parcel becomes, that's what it is, or you want it to be at a 4-acre parcel?
At 4 acres, please.
4-acre parcel, okay.
Yes. I believe that's what the intent of Councillor Cermak's motion.
Keep it at 4 acres.
Thank you.
So whatever you add into the pine, whatever you add into for the panhandle, take it off the east boundary.
Councillor Graham? No? Okay. Ghost. All right, so we have a motion for third reading on the floor. And so I will, before I call the question, Councillor Northcott.
No, I won't. I won't be supporting this, just with the survey that was done, and it was undesirable. Again, that the survey that was completed for the 2023 MDP didn't. The third title per quarter wasn't favorable, according to that survey, and the residents. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. All right, seeing no other lights, I'll call the question for third reading. Those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much for coming in, and I'm sure we'll make those adjustments going forward. Thank you. So moving on in our agenda, we have another public hearing. It's for item 4.2. It is for bylaw 1195-24. And I believe if there's, our applicant is here, I invite them to come forward. Thank you. So I'll call the public hearing for bylaw 1195/24 to order at 9:33. The process to be used is that everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. Before we turn over to Ms. Williams for the background report, I'm gonna take a minute to do introductions again. Go ahead. Division 2.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Counselor, Division 3.
Good to see you again, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Counselor 7, Counselor.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Counselor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Hello, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Amber Williams, Development Officer.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you and see you again.
Thank you. All right, so now I'll ask Ms. Williams, Development Officer, to present background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Stephen and Lori Walker currently hold title to Northwest of 9, 3904 west of the 5th, which contains more or less 153.81 acres. The subject land is in the Agriculture District A and is located approximately 1.5 miles northeast of the hamlet of Condor. Stephen and Lori's daughter, Brittany Walker, has made an application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate more or less 40 acres located in the west portion of the quarter section from the Agriculture District to the Intensive Agriculture District, or IA. The remaining 113.81 acres of the quarter section would remain under the Agriculture District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision application process to create separate title to the 40-acre Intensive Agricultural District parcel. The proposed undeveloped 40-acre IA parcel is mostly flat, cleared farmland. There is some lower wetland located in the central portion of the quarter section. Access to the proposed IA parcel can be obtained from existing access off Range Road 4-4, adjacent to the west property boundary. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from existing access off Township Road 39-2, adjacent to the north property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw for the creation of the IA parcel to purchase the 40 acres from her parents to start a tree farm operation. The proposed parcel could be developed in 4 phases. A, the 4.5 acre site located just south of the existing residential parcel will be developed with residence and greenhouses. The greenhouses would be used to start the seedlings. Is there another map in the package showing the phases? That's just that one, okay. And B, the area containing 8 acres will be planted to trees the first year. It is estimated that this area could support over 19,000 trees. Phase C, the 15 acres located in the center of the proposed parcel, would be planted in the 2nd and 3rd year. And D, the remaining 12.5 acres in the northern portion of the proposed parcel would be planted in the 4th and 5th year of operation. Okay, now the map is up now. Yeah. Some more details on the proposed tree farm operations can be found in the applicant's business proposal, which is attached. The proposed land use amendment would allow the applicant to start the business operations on a smaller, more affordable portion of land on the family farm. This will provide a manageable parcel for her to begin to operate the business while allowing some extended family to purchase and traditionally farm the remainder of the quarter section. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural with a few residential parcels. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant will be present at the meeting to speak on the proposal. In the supplemental business information, the applicant had included a proposed land use amendment and boundary adjustment subdivision of a 2.2 acre shelter belt along the east side of the existing acreage to be consolidated into the acreage. However, this proposal will be presented to council at a later date in a separate application and is no longer a consideration of this application for 11/24. So for planning direction, the following are legislative and policy considerations for the planning direction. Comprehensive information on each section is available in the agenda package. Please let us know if you have any questions or require clarification. Yes?
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. So is that's the orange section that is no longer and being removed?
No,
But,
there was,
sorry.
on one of the maps, just the shelter belt along the existing acreage along the east side
Okay.
It was in a like yellow, border. That's no longer
Okay.
part of this application. So
Okay.
just, so that still stays with, the acreage at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Or, yeah, wherever it is, it's still staying. And yeah, it'll come at a different time. So the Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision and development regulation, covers considerations in respect to the land. Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan, Section 5, covers agricultural land and operations and subdivision and development on agricultural land. Section 10, subdivision of land, number of permitted parcels in quarter sections, designated ag district, legal and physical access and location of parcels. Section 11 covers subdivision and development requirements and water and wastewater services. Section 14 covers the redesignation, subdivision, and development information that the county may request and evaluating the impacts, land quality, and suitability of the proposed application. This section also covers municipal reserves. Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw, Section 13.4, number 2, the purpose of the intensive ag district. And Section 1.7 covers the definition of intensive ag. Under policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land to create an intensive agricultural parcel for the operation of a tree farm. Access to the property is via Range Road 4-4. The proposed 40-acre parcel fits within the intensive agriculture district lot size requirement, and a tree farm is a listed discretionary use. The proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision will allow for the land improvements, development, and investments to only be associated with intensive agricultural lands that are affiliated with the applicant and the proposed business. The proposed intensive agricultural operation fosters a diverse agriculture community and may create an opportunity for the applicant to make agriculture their livelihood. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title within the quarter section and would align with the MDP policy 10.2.2. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff have determined that the proposal would not negatively impact existing farm operations in the area. At the regular council meeting held on May 28th, 2024, council reviewed and granted first reading to Bylaw 1195/24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council would consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to Bylaw 1195/24. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll now ask council if you have any questions of the development officer. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The one that was previously in yellow, is it part of the CRA parcel already? So I see Mr. Bisson shaking his head. So I'm very much in favor of this application. However, if we don't include the yellow in the application, we have a stranded parcel and are therefore committed to having to provide some type of municipal access or denying this application due to the yellow not having municipal access, or tying the hands of the Municipal Planning Commission to force them to do a boundary adjustment.
Mr. Bisson?
Sorry, I misunderstood your question when you were asking out there, Councillor Melhoff. So the area in yellow would remain with the intensive ag parcel. It would be rezoned as intensive ag, and it will, at some point in the future, it will be added to the CRA parcel once applied for. They'll apply for a boundary adjustment at that time.
So it is being rezoned intensive ag right now?
That's right.
Okay, because if it just stayed with the main part of the parcel, then it is a stranded piece. But my concern is if we're already saying that we're gonna do a boundary adjustment, we are forcing Municipal Planning Commission into doing that boundary adjustment, because they then have to if we're saying it as part of the application.
Not necessarily.
Not
'Cause
necessarily.
It can stay intensive ag.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so it can then just stay with the parcel then?
It could if MPC was not in favor of allowing that portion to go with the acreage.
Okay. I just don't want to tie the hands of a decision that needs to be made in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Does council have any further questions? Councillor Northcott?
Thank you. Maximum, what's the largest parcel size where municipal reserves are no longer required?
I believe it's 38 acres, 16 hectares, Councillor Northcott.
So if this parcel,
Yep.
so if this parcel was just 2 acres smaller, then municipal reserves would then be due on this parcel? Would that be correct?
Yes, however, we would likely defer the municipal reserves to be taken at some point in the future if that intensive ag parcel was ever further subdivided.
So who has the,
Yep, go ahead.
the authority to defer municipal reserves? Who has
So in the MDP municipal reserves, basically the only time we collect municipal reserves is if we're creating a residential parcel. In this case, we're creating an intensive ag parcel. So we can defer if the parcel size was smaller.
What would, can I ask,
But
the estimated value of municipal reserve, what would that, what would that amount to on a parcel, say if this was 38 acres? Roughly.
I believe, I believe the rate that we would be using would be roughly about 15,000 an acre. However, that's based on more of a residential estimate. Being that this is intensive ag, we would probably look to assessment for some input on that if we were collecting municipal reserves. But the final say on collecting municipal reserves, that would be a condition that the Municipal Planning Commission could add to a subdivision condition.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Seeing no other questions from council, I'll now pass it over back to Ms. Williams to present any comments received from referral agencies, please.
Thank you, Reeve. TELUS Communications commented that at this time, TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activities. Clearwater Regional Fire, the fire safety codes officers have no concerns with the land use amendment application as described. Clearwater County Assessment. If approved, the assessment department would like to advise the applicant as operation and use of the tree farm evolves, a mixed use assessment may develop. Residential with future residents, small business, area used for sales to public, and agriculture, farmland and agricultural use improvements. The assessment department will also like to advise the applicant if the operation or future operation includes the production of timber, primary marketed as whole logs, seed cones, or Christmas tree under Section 2 of the Matters Relating to Assessment and Taxation Regulation, a woodlot management plan approved by the Woodlot Association of Alberta or forester registered under the Regulated Forest Management Profession Act is required to qualify for the regulated farmland assessment. Alberta Health Services, the aforementioned application has been received and they are satisfied that the application poses minimal risk to public health. This review included the referred application circulation package as well as the land use bylaw. It is our understanding that the applicant is seeking redesignation of approximately 40 acres of undeveloped land to the IA district in order to proceed to subdivision of the subject lands and develop a tree farm operation. AHS recommends consideration of the following items be made in order to ensure that the development of this property does not create nuisance as defined in the Public Health Act. And this is the same thing that I read to you in the last application, so we will just move past that. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on June 19th, 2024. MPC recommends that Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the Land Use Amendment application. The MPC provided the following reasons for the recommendation: diversification in agriculture, proactive intensive agricultural operation, suitable business for the IA district, and valid business plans. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I would now like to invite the applicant to speak to your proposal and add any comments in support for your request or respond to any of the agency comments.
Okay, thank you. I just want to start off with, just to be clear, that the purpose of this subdivision is not solely for a residence. Like perhaps we would have a residence eventually, but it's not like a glorified acreage. Its intention is to remain as a commercial space for a business, a viable business. And the priority of this project is that my father is selling the land, and my aunt and uncle might be purchasing the property, but it's not for sure. So the intention is to keep as much land in our family in our immediate family as possible, and we've been growing trees since I was a kid, so it's a type of farming that I'm familiar and comfortable with and have knowledge on. So that's why we've decided to go ahead with this project.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
So I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, I would like to ask Ms. Williams regarding any written submissions in favor of the request were received.
Thank you. 2 written submissions in favor were received. One from Gregory Everenden. I have no objection to the land use amendment application. This letter was forwarded to council on Friday, July 5th for their review. And another from Vern White. I have no problem with the application or concerns. This was forwarded to the area councillor as the email included other municipal comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Seeing none. Ms. Williams, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
No written submissions in opposition to the proposal were received.
Thank you. So with that, I would just like to ask if you have any other final remarks that you'd like to share with council at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I will close the hearing at 9:51. No motions are entertained at this time. And we will go to item 5.2, consideration of second and third readings for bylaw 1195-24. And I'll pass the floor quickly over to Ms. Williams again.
Thank you, Reeve. Upon consideration of the representation made at the public hearing, administration requests that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 1195-24 for application 1124 to amend the land use bylaw. The purpose of bylaw 1195-24 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw number 714/01 to redesignate more or less 40 acres of the northwest of 9, 3904 west of the 5th meridian from the Agriculture District A to the Intensive Agriculture District IA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section to create an undeveloped 40-acre IA parcel. The proposed parcel will then be used for the operation of a tree farm. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details on this application. At the regular council meeting held on May 28, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1195-24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 1195-24. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. So with that, we are considering second and third readings, looking for discussion or a motion to direct discussion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll make the motion for second reading. As Municipal Planning Commission has already said, that I agree with the diversity in agriculture. Agriculture is not just one thing. It is a lot of different things. The business plan is extremely comprehensive. I loved seeing how well laid out that was. And as you stated, your family has a history in this very business. So I think that it absolutely fits, and I'll make the motion for second reading.
Thank you. Any comments, discussion in regards to second reading? Seeing, hesitation on the lights. Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
The information in the agenda package that you provided was very nice. It's a theoretical application. I was just curious if administration in previous applications that have come forward, they were as well. They were all theoretical. I'm just wondering if there's any information on the previous intensive agricultural parcels that have been approved in the past, if they've actually been viable businesses or if those businesses were actually even ever truly developed, or if it was, I was just wondering if there's any history on any previous industrial for intensive agricultural parcels that were subdivided.
Sure, I'd be happy to take that question, Councillor Northcott. Over the last couple of years, we've had a couple of intensive ag parcels, and in those cases, the Municipal Planning Commission made it a condition that each of those come in and get development permits for their conditional approval. I believe all of the approved subdivisions for IA parcels have come in and actually got development permits to operate their business.
Follow up?
Yeah, I don't know if it does the development permit, does that have any bearing on whether the business really goes forward, or is it just simply a piece of paper?
It is a requirement of subdivision. I mean, any development might not go forward. There's no guarantee whether somebody builds a house or carries on with the business. It's tough to have that sort of guarantee.
So it could be just, get a development permit just to satisfy the regulatory or the process, right? Just get a development permit.
Well, the development permit is also a condition of subdivision. So it's put there so that the applicant has to put a lot of thought in, and they have a good business plan, and it's not just in theory where they're putting that pen to paper and making, and creating that plan and showing us that this is their intent, and that really is the best that we can ask for.
So would there be an opportunity for this business to be started and then show that it's viable? And because you could start the tree farm, you don't have to subdivide in order to start this, right? There would be an opportunity or possibility to actually start the tree farm, see if it's actually viable, and then in the future come back and say, hey, this is what I have. This is what we're doing. It's real time. It's really happening. Because right now this is just theoretical, right?
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead.
It's actually, it has to be subdivided because my father's selling the land, and so I can't really start something on land that he's going to sell.
Okay. Can I have one? Sorry.
Yeah,
Can I ask
follow up, yeah.
for other residents in this county that have, if their parents were selling their land and they had a smaller parcel that was unsubdividable, how do you get equality there? Like for people that maybe live in a multi-lot subdivision or something like that, and their family is selling their house, and how do you keep equality so that they can cut the house in half or subdivide the house in half? Like you might only have, the parcel's too small, right? So how do you keep equality for all people? Just
Might not necessarily be about equality, but about the availability for this for her in this situation.
Thanks.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I toured this site with MPC, and I suspect you had a hand in planting a lot of the trees that are already there. And there's no doubt your family knows trees. So I will be supporting this motion and wishing you success.
Thank you.
All right. So if there's no further comments on the second reading, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Graham?
I will make that motion.
Thank you. So motion on the floor for third reading. Councillor North?
I did not push my
No,
button.
okay, that's okay. I know for myself, I totally understood your business plan and your family's history, and I appreciate the fact that MPCs went out and supported this, and eyes on the ground. The opportunity to diversify the agriculture, and I'm on the fruit tree end of things, so I think that's a great start, and a lot of businesses that I've seen that started tree farming have timed out, I'll just say. Sometimes the trees get a little bit too big and they're harder to move, and depending on that, but you're in an area that's probably very desirable and accessible, which is great, so I wish you luck. I'll be supporting third reading. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I'm just confused. This acreage that you're buying, the 40 acres, has no residence on it. You live in the vicinity
On the acreage.
on the small acreage that's your parents' acreage?
Yeah.
Or yours?
That's right. I rent from my parents this
Oh, okay.
acreage.
And then you're in the process of buying these other 40 acres if it's subdivided.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, third reading on the floor. No other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion's carried. So wish you luck with your business and going forward, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you for attending, Mr. Bisson, virtually. Appreciate your support today.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to take a 15-minute break. And welcome back from our break, council meeting of July 9th. We are currently at item 5.11 in corporate services, broadband budget adjustments. And so with that, I'll pass the floor over to Mr. McDonald for the background and recommendation, please.
Okay. Good morning, Reeve and council. So at the broadband committee meeting held on July 2nd, there were two recommendations coming forward for council's consideration. The details of the motions are included in the background portion of the agenda item. And so I'll just go right to the staff recommendations, and then we can go from there. Staff recommendations is that council considers the recommendation of the broadband committee regarding a budget adjustment to increase the 2024 broadband capital project by $57,280 and decrease contingency by $57,280. That's the first recommendation. The second recommendation is that council considers the recommendation of the broadband committee regarding a budget adjustment to increase the broadband capital project budget by $159,500 and to decrease contingency by $159,500. That's that. The first section is for the RFPs for construction of the fiber to the home projects that we got grants for. And the second part is the engagement for residents and business and signage and et cetera for the government of Alberta, part of the universal broadband funds that we have to post certain amount of signs in certain amount of areas. So that's all. Any questions?
So we have staff recommendation in front of us. Go ahead, Councillor Graham, please.
I'll make the first motion, number 1, as per staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to that motion that the broadband committee review the RFP and the scoring matrix before it's issued to ensure that the committee's concerns are captured.
Discussion on this item. Councillor Northcott, sorry. Do you have?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Lights red.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ratcliffe. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Upon completion of this fiber optic installation throughout the county into the future when it's completely installed, what is the estimated annual operating and maintenance costs when the project is completed? I've asked this to be the third time.
Okay.
Thanks.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, council. As discussed at the broadband committee on July 2nd, administration has suggested bringing the draft business plan representing fiber to the home back to the next broadband committee meeting for review, and those annual operating expenditures and revenues will be shared with the committee at that time for review. And the intention is to look at revising that draft plan as it was created a couple of years ago with more current figures, and having the broadband committee approve that ultimately.
So, yeah, because I'd like to
follow up.
Yeah, I asked June 25th, asked July 2nd, and if I can, I would really like to see that information, like upon the completion of this whole broadband project throughout the whole municipality, what will be the commitment to this municipality to fund the operating and maintenance costs for this piece of infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Councillor Graham, Councillor Ratcliffe had suggested a friendly amendment. Is that something that you would consider for your motion?
Because this motion is financial, I don't know that it's friendly because it's not really related, but there could maybe be another motion after or something.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I actually would make the motion to amend the staff recommended motion. Well, yeah, I have to make, because it's not considered friendly, then I have to make a motion to amend, to allow the amendment.
Okay.
And then I can make the amendment, and then we can vote on the original motion.
All right. So Deputy Reeve has made a motion to amend the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. So now a motion to amend the motion. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. The amendment would include that the broadband committee has the ability to review the scoring matrix before that it is the RFP and the scoring matrix for the RFP prior to it being issued.
So the amendment is to include the scoring matrix and the, the scoring matrix and
the broadband committee reviewing the RFP prior to being issued.
Okay. I won't be supporting this because I feel that is an operational level, and I understand that that's why we have our members in the IT department to do that. High level, maybe that might be something that can be considered once the applications come through. We can view how that proceeds, but I won't be supporting that motion to look at the scoring matrix. Go ahead, Councillor Graham. And I'll go to Councillor Lougheed.
Very similar. I think that's administrative and we're kind of stepping out of our lane. We don't review RFPs normally. So I will not be supporting this motion either.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
And just for clarity, this would, the financial or budget commitment would not move forward until that review was done by the broadband committee? Is that what I'm understanding from this amendment?
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
My hope with the amendment is that the concerns that I had even at the broadband committee level were then captured. RFPs have a great way of excluding very good contractors, good personnel, and I really want to find ways to ensure that this stays here. And having things written in RFP that says you must work with the municipality on broadband for the last 3 projects or whatever, there's many ways RFPs can be written. When we were at our last 3 law seminars ago, we did a whole session on RFPs versus tenders versus whatever. And you can write them in such a way that it excludes our locals, and I really want to ensure that we're not doing that very thing. And I thought that Councillor Radcliffe had come up with a great idea to ensure that that doesn't happen. So I wanted it to be captured in the motion, because if it's not captured in a motion, it can't actually happen. Because we need to give action to administration to make it happen.
Councillor Northcott?
Okay, now that I know what the amendment is, I don't know, is maybe a question for administration, was it really an amendment, or it almost sounds like that could have been a separate motion just entirely? I don't know if it was really truly an amendment to the motion that was on the floor, or if it sounded like, but I didn't know what the amendment was going to be, so I was curious. That's why I had to vote in favor of it, because I wanted to know what the amendment was going to be, but now that I know, it sounded like it could really be a motion on its own, so that's all.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Additional question. The next broadband meeting is scheduled for when?
Next broadband committee schedule. Director Hagan?
August 7th.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. In the background, it shows the motion from the broadband committee, and it did include things like RFPs, much more detailed, and we could have simply had that motion and then amended it to include that it goes back to the broadband committee for information and a scoring matrix, but that wasn't what was presented today. The staff recommendation was different than the original motion that was made at the broadband committee that did include the actual RFP information. So,
okay. Just
to give clarity.
Councillor Graham?
Oh, the ghost really likes
the ghost really likes you today. That's all right. Councillor Northcott?
Oh, I've seen the buttons on. No, I just, that there, there was a motion on the floor, according to this agenda package. I was just curious about the amendments. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to get all out there that it sounds to me like it could have just been a separate motion rather than
Okay. So motion on the floor to, as amended, so as per staff recommendation, but also to include review of the matrix and RFP process in that, included in that staff recommendation. Clear? Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
I just wanted to mention that there have been concerns in the industry with previous ones, and having watched the broadband committee and see those concerns brought ahead again, it just seemed appropriate to include that.
Okay. So with that, there's a motion on the floor. I will call the question. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, my apologies for the last minute here all the time, but
No worries.
just one more time. I know that I think and what I've heard from many residents, that there are other priorities in this municipality. But just a repeat on the motion, so that I just one more time, so that I understand that clearly.
That the broadband committee would review the scoring matrix and the RFPs prior to being issued.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. All right. So with that, we have a second recommendation? Motion for the second, sorry, Councillor, Director Hagan.
Thank you, Ruth. Just for clarification, my understanding is that the original motion has now been amended. I believe council still has to vote on that amended motion now.
Yes.
Before you move on to the second recommendation.
I thought we just did that, sorry.
I think you just, if I'm correct, you voted on amending the motion?
Yes, that's correct.
So
Thank you.
it's still on the floor as amended now.
Yes. Thank you for the clarification. So the amended motion is on the floor for discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Grant.
I feel that I'm in a bit of a conundrum now because I supported the financial part of it, but I don't support the amendment, so I guess I won't support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
I feel I'm at that point as well, because I like the suggestion and the discussion around our RFP process. I don't know if it's appropriate in this particular item to have that RFP discussion. I think that's part of policy maybe, or some of our procedures of work, and it may be more appropriate to set and define that out so administration knows what they need to have when they bring it forward for a decision by council. So I won't be supporting the amended motion.
Thank you. Any other lights comments on the amended motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I think you've all heard me talk about regional prosperity for years now. One of the foundations of that prosperity is this level of broadband access generally throughout the community. So this work has to go ahead, in my opinion, and I will support the motion.
Thank you. I know for myself, I will not be supporting the motion again. For me, it actually sets this back for a decision till August 7th to the next meeting, which in turn, the committee at that time will have to make a decision, and that again, we're losing time with the RFP process. And so for me, it's another delay. So the sooner we can get the RFP process out, and I trust that the administration has, through our broadband committee discussion, understood the will of the committee at that point in time and what we were discussing. And so I will not be supporting the motion as it stands. Go ahead, Director Hagan.
Thank you, Ruth. And just for clarification, I'm uncertain whether administration will have time to bring a draft RFP and scoring matrix to that August 7th meeting. It may not be ready in time for that.
Okay, thank you. So with that, We have the amended motion on the floor. Oh, sorry, Mr. McDonald.
The intent of the proposal for the money for the RFP is to help create the RFP. If we do not have the financial means to do that, we won't be creating the RFP, so we'll never bring it forward.
Okay. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amended motion? Those opposed? And that motion has carried.
It was her amended motion. I amended it. She had made the original motion.
Yes, yeah, it was Councillor Grant. So the amended motion has now passed. We are now looking at a staff recommendation to consider broadband committee regarding the budget adjustment to increase the capital project by $159,500 and decrease contingency by $159,500. So, Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. When you were explaining the background for this just a little bit ago, you said it's for signs, et cetera, to become congruent with what the GOA is wanting. My understanding that this was for the full engagement of the entire project, not just for signs.
No, it's not just signs. It's
Okay.
for the engagement piece for the whole thing, for everything, for residential engagement, online presence, what do they call, meetings where we go out to the public, and marketing and advertising sort of sections. It's quite, and it's for the whole project, for all the EBF grants, not just Nordic and Farrier. It's for the whole 5 grants.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that clarification. We've been asking for public engagement for a while. We've had our hands tied because of the provincial and federal government, or else we would have been out a long time ago on this project. I will make the staff recommendation number 2.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. So the staff recommendation's on the floor, or sorry, the motion is on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I need some clarification. I missed that meeting. I looked at it yesterday very intently. This money is given to somebody to put on meetings that the public can come in, and when I was watching it, I re-watched it about 4 times. When I can't remember the lady's name and the guy that was here presenting. I am very sorry to say, but she did not come across as a real people person to me. I would not recommend her in that position. I don't think she conveyed herself very well of what I looked at. So is there any way that we can satisfy my opinion? I'm just throwing it out there at what I looked at yesterday.
Director Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. For clarification and for your benefit, Councillor, the RFP that was issued and awarded to the engineering firm did include the engagement portion of it. And so that has been awarded to Arcadis. And we intend to work closely with Arcadis and have them work as well with the broadband committee. I'm confident that should alleviate any concerns you have with the process. To choose somebody else now would involve changing our contract with Arcadis and putting that out to RFP again. So essentially what we're looking for in this recommendation, and as was discussed by the committee, was simply the budget funding to allow us to pay Arcadis to carry out this work that they have been awarded a contract for.
Okay, so we have some good backup on this company, that they do good work and everything, because I was not very satisfied with the answers that she gave. I listened to it about 4 times, like I said. I thought she talked for about 20 minutes and said, just like a normal politician, said nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. We're confident with
And
Arcadis.
I mean, if she wants to take it up with me, that's fine, but that's my opinion on it. And I won't be changing it. She has to prove to me that she's a better person than what she presented in that meeting. And I will stand by what I'm saying.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm confused. If the contract for this has already been awarded, why is why is this coming as an extra?
Ms. Serhan?
The budget wasn't included because there was a gag order essentially on the project and the funding from the grants for these UBF grants. So the budget could not be included in the 2024 budget documents that were issued, that were discussed in December of 2023 and passed in December 2023. So once the announcement was made by the provincial and federal governments, the budgets can be included then.
Thank you. Follow up?
Follow up, please. I'm having trouble following that a contract was written and issued and awarded with a certain budget.
Director Hagan?
The RFP that was awarded to Arcadis did include this engagement process. And within the RFP itself and the related contract, there's essentially an out clause that if council doesn't approve budget, we wouldn't proceed. And we'd go back and reissue a new RFP. So, as Ms. Serhan's explained, because of the embargo on the information placed by the other levels of government, we weren't able to include budget for this for approval by council in the 2024 budget. And if the committee and council want us to proceed with Arcadis to provide these services, we need approval according to the Municipal Government Act before we can spend any money on this.
Okay, thank you.
I have more.
Okay, I'm trying to give everybody an opportunity to have one question and then round it up again. So, Councillor Northcott, come back.
Okay. Discussing engagement and the region. Just curious if, for benefit of the region, if there was any discussions or consultation or engagement with our neighboring municipality of Rocky Mountain House and the impacts that this project could have on business development. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think funding agreements between the two municipalities for Clearwater County, the cost for funding agreements is continually increasing. So I know that there are urban municipalities that often have more, there was an article that I'd read, they have increasing business vacancies in their municipalities, and there's increased amalgamations and dissolutions through the province. So the overall health and well-being of your neighboring urban municipality, I was just wondering if that was looked at or assessed, or if any of that discussion took place, what this project could have on impacts on that, our neighbor.
Okay, Director Hagan.
Thank you. I'm confident in saying that I think absolutely there's opportunity for the town of Rocky Mountain House to benefit from this broadband initiative. Just in terms of some background, at one time a letter was sent to the town of Rocky Mountain House inviting them to partner on this initiative, and they declined to do so. But I certainly don't think that precludes the town from benefiting from this project. The broadband core backbone that we've already installed is in and near Rocky Mountain House, and telecommunication companies are welcome to come talk to us about connecting to that and providing services to the town of Rocky Mountain House. So I think absolutely there's opportunity for them to benefit if those communications companies come forward and offer services to the residents and businesses.
Councillor Graham?
There was a motion is on the table.
The motion
currently. Okay.
for, yeah, for number 2.
Okay, I thought so. I didn't want to get ahead of myself.
Yeah.
I just wanted to speak to the motion. I will be voting in favor of it. I really did not enjoy not being able to talk about this with residents and, you know, having to just stay tuned. And I really did not enjoy that. I look forward to being able to get out and talk to residents and actually being able to talk to them about it now. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I agree with Councillor Graham's comments. And you know, to kind of allay any fears, with Rocky Mountain House being a major service center for Clearwater County, of course they're going to benefit from a huge injection of capital, a large project within the municipality. I'm a little puzzled at the moment. I didn't bring my roll of red tape today, but it seems like there's lots of people wanting to use red tape here on a relatively simple motion that really just brings forward the good work that's been done for the last 10 years towards this project. And I don't think we want to get caught up in some of the details on things that are just an administrative process to get the public engagement started on this. And I don't want to see that red tape roll come out today.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. When I was watching the broadband committee meeting, there was talk of the essential need to get easements or rights to cross people's property. And what wasn't clear was, is that like a function of the county to get these agreements to install, or would that be the construction contractor's job?
Perhaps that question should be put in an email and administration could answer that for you.
They typically don't get answered, but it's very relative to this, because the most important public engagement is going to be when someone goes to knock on a door and say, I have a right-of-way agreement here to put fiber into your home, to your property. And if those people don't have all the answers, it is going to slow that down, because people are going to say, well, let me think about it. And so having public engagements scheduled for March and April, if this work is going to go ahead, before then, those people that are going to be knocking on doors need to have all of this information.
So with that,
So
I will
the
understand your
timing
concern. Yeah.
needs to support that effort. You know, those people need to have that public engagement information when they go door knocking, because that is going to be the most important public engagement.
So understanding that, Councillor Ratcliffe, I believe that's why the public engagement that's going to start and have those questions answered for our public is the way I understand it. So on August 7th, I believe there'll be more information coming forward to the Broadband Committee in regards to that public engagement, because I think the committee had discussed that we would like some information sooner than later, because we understand that sitting on this for the last little while really needs to, we really want to get out and speak to our residents in regards to this project. So yes, I think those questions will be answered on our August 7th in regards to more public engagements, and thank you for the recommendation, and that was something that we can ensure of that's in the Broadband Committee can work towards as far as that public piece in regards to information. So
Yes.
With that. No.
Yes, I want this to be successful. Getting the most people connected as soon as possible is important, and they will need that information to go ahead with it.
I fully support your comment there, yes. Councillor Northcott.
Just a question for Mr. Hagan, that just back to our neighboring municipality, Rocky Mountain House, that they had the opportunity there was a discussion that maybe took place in history to possibly partner, but would they have been eligible for any grants or any incentives from the government?
Director Hagan?
I can't see any reason why they wouldn't have been.
So were they or no?
They could have been eligible for grants, but they opted not to partner with us and go forward. So as far as I'm aware, I don't believe they've applied for any grants.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we got motion on the floor to the broadband committee recommending to, in regards to the budget adjustment in regards to public engagement. Councillor Cermak.
I need a little more clarification about what Councillor Redcliffe was talking about. Isn't it when you take this into a person's residence from the core backbone, as soon as they sign up that they want to be hooked up, do they not just sign an easement that they allow you to come in anywhere on their property to put your line in to service them? That's how gas co-ops work,
Yes.
and I'm sure that that's how this will work also.
Director Hagan?
Thank you. Maybe I can address that briefly. Councillor Cermak. Construction can proceed with the Fiber to the Home initiative up to the point of a property line. And we don't intend to cross any property lines without permission. And so that is something that's currently being discussed by the Broadband Committee and will come forward as part of the public engagement once the Broadband Committee's made decisions on how that will proceed.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Sorry, I think this might be my last question on this motion. For businesses in the municipality that have privately invested in accessing a fiber connection to the internet, and I know that there are businesses in Clearwater County that, you know, they wanted to have that business, that advantage to better their business, and they desired to have a fiber connection, so they did it. How is this project, like now that they've privately paid for that connection and spent their funds on connecting by way of fiber, other businesses now would be, is there like I don't know if because new businesses will be offered this at a probably, you know, it'll be sort of, it's subsidized by tax dollars, and so it'd be, the cost to connect would be quite low in comparison to what previous businesses that needed that or wanted that connection to give them an advantage, and invested probably a significant amount of money to connect by way of fiber. How does, like, is that, I'm just wondering if there's a level of fairness there for those businesses that took, you know, probably large capital invested, got that advantage, and now this municipality is just going to make it a blanket availability for everybody. Does everybody understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director Hagan?
I'll try and keep it brief, Reeve. Essentially, any of the businesses that we are able to serve along the pathway of the construction will be offered the opportunity to connect to the Clearwater County network. It's a choice by them if they want to connect or not. Should they have previously decided not to wait and go ahead and secure a connection on their own, it'd be entirely their choice to continue to use that connection or connect to our network and go forward with an internet service provider.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. I absolutely understand where you're going with it, Councillor Northcott, and my hope is actually that we won't overbuild a system. So we actually will hopefully work with all of those people and not build parallel, not build in tandem to them, that we can work with them on a service for the whole county. That would be my hope. The fiber that's in the ground that we can't access already because of contracts with the GOA or they're large telcos or whatever, is literally one of the things that frustrates me. So if we can remove a lot of those barriers and work with the people that have privately invested for the betterment of the whole county, that would be my goal, because I absolutely understand where you're coming from. Overbuilding and building alongside places that have already done this wouldn't make sense. But if we can work with them and work together, I think that it would benefit the infrastructure they already have on the ground and benefit our residents as well.
So with that, the discussion and the motion on the floor is in regards to public engagement, and I would assume that this previous discussion in regards to the businesses, they will partake in this public engagement with us and with our administration and help for clarifying what is maybe necessarily redundant or whatever at that point in time. And so I look forward for those businesses having those discussions with our administration. Ms. Serhan?
Yes, so the municipality also has due diligence to ensure that those assets that are currently in the ground are to a level that would be similar to what the assets are that the municipality owns for that similar infrastructure. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that the quality of workmanship that was done in that project would be the same as what is expected of the Clearwater County standards.
Yep, for sure. All right, before I call the question, last comment then, Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, my comments were not regarding like owners of fiber infrastructure in the ground. I meant for like above ground businesses actually that provide other valuable goods and services to society other than access to the internet by way of fiber. So, you know, if you have say a tire repair store, you have like a business that's above ground, not a cable that's buried in the ground, so not a fiber holder of that infrastructure. So there are businesses, like not the infrastructure owners, but actual other businesses that have invested to connect to the internet by way of fiber, and they've spent their personal money, and now this program is coming through, and it's going to be subsidized by Clearwater County and other levels of government to offer other businesses quite a reduced, just wondering where the level of fairness is there. Those businesses took the effort and the investment to give them that advantage to connect, and they were able to make a connection by way of fiber without this whole broadband project. There was businesses that desired and wanted a fiber connection. They got it, and they did it without this. So.
Absolutely. There are businesses all across Alberta and across Canada that have done the exact same thing. So, and with that, they didn't want to wait, and I totally understand that. And that's why sometimes it just takes that collaboration, coordination to make those smaller routes and to their businesses. So I can understand that early entry can sometimes cost more, but at the end of the day, I will say that those businesses are probably very thankful that we are having another a redundant, or not necessarily redundant, but at that assurance that there's more infrastructure that's going to go around them, and it'll help enhance what they already have. All right, so that we have a motion on the floor. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. So moving on to, we have a delegation at 1 o'clock, but we do have the CEO report. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
The reason I supported that motion is to give residents the opportunity to be able to have input and find out information about this project. That's why I supported it.
Thank you. Okay, we have our CEO report, 7.1. I will go look, oh, sorry, Director Hagan, apologize. Oh, we have a different budget amendment, sorry, 5.1.2. I skipped. I skipped. So with that, I guess we'll turn the floor over to Ms. Serhan, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No one likes dealing with spreadsheets, I get it.
True.
In the agenda item, you will see that there are 5 separate budget adjustments, and the final one actually has a typo. And it's the lower number that's at the beginning, not the increased number at the end. So it's just a $3,000 typo there. 1 and 4 are really close on the keyboard on my number pad. So just to briefly go over the 5 budget adjustments. The first 3 are projects that were budgeted for in 2023 and are being funded through restricted surplus accounts. So there was just less money taken out of the restricted surplus in 2023. So the funding is still available for them to complete these projects in 2024. But the expenditure wasn't included in the 2024 budget, and the subsequent restricted surplus withdrawal also wasn't completed in 2023. So we just ask for those 3 budget adjustments. The fourth one is that one of the mowers was budgeted for in 2 different places. So we're asking for a decrease in the capital equipment overall capital budget and a decrease in the amount coming from restricted surplus to fund that program. And the 5th one is the increase in the tax revenue over the budget that was presented for the 2024 budget in December of 2023. And the increased tax revenue of $2,081,644 would we're asking that it increase contingency by $2,081,644, and that in the strategic planning motions that are coming in July, or the second meeting, the next meeting here in July, and then subsequently in September, those funds could be reallocated at that time.
Okay. So with that background information, there's staff recommendations, and I guess we'll start with the first one. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I just have a question. So the first 4 were just oversights in budgeting that we're now straightening out. And the 5th one, that would be $2 million extra revenue from taxes than that was budgeted?
Mr. Ham?
Yes, that's increased due to increased assets within the industrial assessment class that weren't anticipated in having revenue generated when the budget was presented in December. And then when the tax rate bylaw came to council, this was the increase in the tax revenue due to that increased assessment in the industrial assessment class, mostly.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
In case, I would like to make the motion that council amends the 24 budget as per staff recommendation.
Do you want a separate motion for each or one fell swoop? Mr. Ham?
I guess having them individual gives the opportunity for council to either vote in favor of any of them or not in favor of any of them. If we put them all in one, then it's either all or none.
Yeah, fair. So Councillor Ratcliffe, would you separate out if the motion, please?
In that case, I will amend my motion to be simply item 1, that we increase expenditures by $30,827 and transfers from the broadband restricted surplus of $30,827.
All right, any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any those opposed? That motion's carried. Staff recommendation number 2. Looking for a motion for that. Councillor Graham, thank you. Any discussion on number 2? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Question for clarity from administration. So that'd be $1,485,000 that would come from fire capital. And then those funds then would go towards the broadband project.
The aerial fire truck.
The aerial fire truck. Go ahead, Ms. Serhan, just for clarification.
Yeah, so the second staff recommendation is for Unit 604, the aerial, unit that resides within the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Okay, so staff recommendation number 2, motion's on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Looking for a motion for staff recommendation number 3, Councillor Lougheed. Thank you. Any comments, questions on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Looking for a motion for staff recommendation number 4 in regards to the decrease of expenditures in regards to a fleet restricted surplus. Sorry, Councillor Cermak, please. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Looking for a motion for Deputy Reeve Melhoff for number 5.
I actually have a question regarding number 5. The questions that Councillor Radcliffe had didn't totally give me some clarity. So there was increased assets that were not accounted for and increase in that assessment class that weren't accounted for when we did the tax rate bylaw. Did I understand you correctly? No, okay.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, the increase is just to the budget. So it's the budget that was presented in December. So then when we did the tax rate bylaw in April, then there was, assessment doesn't close till February.
Right.
So then when we got the assessment numbers for industry from the province, there was an increase to the amount of assessment dollars in that industry class that we weren't aware of from the year before. So it increased tax revenue by $2 million. That's included in the tax rate bylaw, but it wasn't included in the budget in 2020.
Budget that was presented.
Okay,
in
so
December.
this is to change the budget that we presented in December.
Yes.
This is not saying that we have now overtaxed the population by 4% because it's $500,000 per 1% to the public purse. That's not what this is.
No, it's just that there was not a budget adjustment done at the time of the tax rate bylaw. The budget adjustment is just coming now to adjust the budget to what the revenue being collected from the tax rate bylaw is. Like, it's not additional money on top of the tax rate bylaw. It's the additional money that the tax rate bylaw generated because of the increased dollars of assessment in the industry class.
Okay, follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would that not just come as a restricted surplus to be reallocated the following year?
Well, we could identify it as being over budget in the tax revenue line, but in this case, we're just presenting that the staff recommendation is that contingency be increased by the $2 million. I included the budget adjustments to date, and if those dollars don't go into contingency, including the budget that was adjusted from contingency for IT, that would bring it awfully close to the $500,000 that was in there already, and we're only to the end of June. So in this case, the staff recommendation is just to put it into contingency, and then once the year's getting close to over, then whatever extra is left in that contingency line, then that would be reallocated into projects after that.
Okay, thank you. I have one more if nobody else has, unless I think no, okay.
Or do you have a comment to offer? No?
I was just briefly going to say that the approach that Ms. Serhan is recommending, I believe, provides more transparency to the public and ratepayers in general, in terms of the timing of the information. At budget, we had a certain amount of information available. Council passed a budget based on that information. By the time the tax rate bylaw was approved, new information had come to light that improved that figure overall. So it is prudent to adjust the budget, given the significance of the number, to show that transparency. And as well, I agree with her recommendation to put it into contingency, because now that puts that decision in the hands of council as to how to allocate that contingency within the budget in a further adjustment going forward. So I believe it shows a good planning process and diligence around this entire process going through from beginning to end.
No, sorry, Reeve.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I absolutely agree. I think that this is much more transparent. I absolutely agree. It's unfortunate we didn't have those numbers from the province earlier, because this would recognize a 4% increase in our budget showed we needed to find 2%. And now we found 4, which is great. I do have another question though. When are we reallocating the surplus from 2023? Because it's July and we have not done that yet either.
Ms. Serhan?
There are motions coming from the Strategic Planning Committee and the Broadband Committee to the next meeting to council. And at that point, there will be just one motion from the Strategic Planning Committee that will not have been discussed, and administration is hoping that council can set their priorities and know which projects they want to move forward and which priorities the funds will need to be allocated to.
Perfect, thank you. And I'll make the staff recommended motion number 5.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Graham, Councillor Graham?
I just wanted to echo what Director Hagen was saying. Actually, when I was reading through my agenda package, I was thinking that I appreciate the transparency of this, and I really like this approach, and I believe that the more, especially residents, can know and understand, the better. And so I appreciate how this was done, and thank you for bringing it forward this way.
Thank you. All right, so motion first, recommendation number 5 is on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all the questions. Thank you. Thank you for the update. It's been great. All right, so as indicated, delegation coming in at 1, but we'll continue on through our reports. And so the first reports under 7.1 is the CEO report. So I'll go to CEO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. The CAO July 9th, 2024 report. Report on short-term rentals. During Council's June 25th regular Council meeting, Councillor Ratcliffe questioned the completion of the planning item regarding the requested report on short-term rentals. For additional information to the report provided, administration researched further and found there are currently 36 rentals that do not have a license, 2 rentals refused to get a license, and 20 rentals with a license. If this additional information does not meet expectations, administration respectfully requests clarification on what additional information is being requested so we can follow up.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Chief Emmons. That is mostly what I was looking for. It kind of gives an indication of the measure of the success of the bylaw. I hope that staff is looking at ways that we can bring that percentage up even higher and have more compliance. Thank you.
All right, and I will say that a short-term rental bylaw has just formulated. It's a living document. We can adjust on the fly as we need to go, and as the years, as we understand, the more growth in that community will hopefully enhance the businesses that are there to comply with that bylaw going forward. So thank you for that. Please continue.
Thank you. Caroline Wheels of Time Museum Pioneer Days. The Caroline Wheels of Time Museum is hosting their annual Pioneer Days on September 7th, starting at 1 p.m. The event recognizes families that have lived in Caroline area for 100 years. The president of the Community Historical Society of Caroline, Earl Graham, respectfully requests a representative from Clearwater County Council present certificates to the respective families. Historically, the Clearwater County Reeve has attended the ceremony to congratulate families on this remarkable milestone.
Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Reeve. Is a motion needed for attendance, or the Reeve can simply attend?
No motion required. I think just notice of availability, and if the Reeve is not available, then subsequently the Deputy Reeve, and if the Deputy Reeve isn't available.
So on and so forth. Hey, so then never mind. I was gonna make the motion for your attendance, but let me know if you can't go.
Will do. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Just a question of clarity, is that all of council could attend this event?
Yes.
So I would imagine council can attend, but then no remuneration unless there's a motion for remuneration. So that is my understanding. So
Okay.
if you...
I would like to make that motion then, that those members of council wishing to attend this event, as I'm sure the division councillors would want to be there.
So a motion on the floor for council representation for enumeration. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
Has this one historically been? I don't remember years past. No, okay.
Just, I know in the years past, the Reeve has attended, and yes, it was part of that, but I don't remember us. Yeah, an area councillors have attended.
Whether it was a remunerated thing or not. They were there.
Yeah.
I guess for me, I kind of equate this to Leslie Valentine Days, which I just attend because I enjoy it. So I will not be supporting this motion because I feel that area councillors will feel the same way about this.
Okay. So motion on the floor for councillor attendance to the Caroline Wheels of Time Museum Pioneer Days. Call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, please carry on.
If you want, there's nothing stopping you from not putting it in.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Recycling Council of Alberta, the 2024 Circular Economy Conference. The conference runs from October 30th until November 1st at the Fairmount Banff Springs Hotel. The theme this year's event is Beyond the Grave, a circular All Hallows Eve. This year's lineup includes pre-conference workshops, information sessions on the circular economy and recycling, prominent speakers and entertainment. Early bird pricing ends September 20th.
Thank you for that. I know I forwarded that on to be added to your report because I got the email. So in that, through discussion, if there's anybody that's interested with that particular, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. It has historically been very good. The Recycling Council Conference. I went, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, but it was very good. I learned a lot. I don't know about my schedule yet. I'm hoping that we can look at it and we can let you know. But I would make the motion to approve attendance for those councillors wanting to go. I don't think we all need to go, but I think that it would be helpful to have a couple of us there anyway.
Thank you. Motion on the floor. Any other comments, questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. So with that, we do have the action tracking list that's also attached. So with that, if there's no other further questions, comments to the CEO report, looking for a motion to accept the CEO report for information.
So moved.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. So moving on to our councillor verbal reports. Item 7.2, so I will start with Division 2, please.
All right, I have a fairly short report this time. We had a Rocky Library Board meeting and we have a new member from the town. We had someone who had too many other commitments and had to resign from the board, so we're very excited to welcome our new member. Obviously, our broadband committee meeting is available online. And my final thing was we, in that room beside us, had the county presented to a group from the states, an ag presentation. Most councilors were there, I think. And it was Director Martinson and Chairperson Duncan who did the presentations, and they did excellent jobs. They had them in the group in their pockets, I would say. They were really enjoying it, and I believe what was described, the way that the gentleman who coordinates this described Director Martinson as, you can't really describe him in a brochure. So in a very positive way, he intended that. So they both did an excellent job. They spoke about different types of agriculture and a little bit of industry in Alberta, and then about the predators. And the predators, I think they were quite shocked with the pictures that Mr. Duncan had. So kudos to them for doing such a wonderful job. I think that demonstrates our county very well. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Seeing none, I'll move on to Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just very briefly, I spent Canada Day at a couple of spots within our county. Caroline, the Wheels of Time breakfast there was excellent. I don't know about the sausages, but I think I'm still feeling those sausages here today. No, they were very excellent. It was excellent. It was a great chance to connect with the folks of that community. And then spent the afternoon at the historic park. Reeve Swanson did a great job of representing our community at there, and it was great to see that, as well as the fireworks later on at the North Saskatchewan River Park. So Canada Day was a great place to be in Clearwater County this past week or so. Again, our regular county duties with the Broadband Committee, and I think a highlight of the last time frame here has been the opening of the renewed Crescent Falls site. That was excellent to tour that facility and see what a great tourist attraction that is going to be over the years. Much needed and done well, I believe. So I think that will be great for our community. And then, of course, the U.S. Farm Tour presentation. I think our former Reeve Duncan and Matt Martinson did a terrific job of captivating that audience and really bringing home the differences and the similarities of agriculture, whether it's wherever you're at. And I think eye-opening for them and eye-opening for us as well. So I appreciate that opportunity as well. And that's it for me.
All right. Any questions for Councillor Lahi? Seeing none, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Mello.
Thank you, Eve. I was fairly busy the last couple of weeks, but more so with my mom hat on than my counselor hat, which was welcomed. But I did the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance AGM in Edmonton. That was very well attended, and always great information and how the watershed is affecting all the communities along its path. That same day, I traveled quickly back for two other AGMs, one being the Rocky Gas AGM, of which the MP Soroka came and spoke at, which was great to see him there as well. I also attended the Grey-Wooded Forge Association AGM, and it's great to see all of the wonderful work that they are doing within Clearwater County and beyond. I believe they said they're now in 9 different municipalities trying to do regeneration forage, regeneration farming, all of that. They're a great resource if you ever need them. And I did the Coliseum climb with 2 little kids in search and rescue. They need to. The mountain rescue team needs to have timed climbs on Coliseum, so traveled out there, and goodness, we did not make it all the way to the top with the 2 little kids I had. The other 2 kids and the team made it all the way to the top, which was great, but we still did 10 kilometers of it all in all, and it's beautiful. If you get a chance to go out to Nordegg and take in some of the beautiful hikes that they have out there, make sure you take the time. And then we did the Crescent Falls grand opening. That's another opportunity when you're done at when you're done at 1, you can head on out to Crescent Falls, pick up some pie on the way. It was a great day. The kids competed in the Benalto Rodeo, just outside of Clearwater County's borders there, and West Fraser wanted to thank Clearwater County for how quick that they had rebuilt the North Fork, as that's an integral route for them for hauling the logs. So they thanked me for how quick we got that done, and I just wanted to pass that off to the Public Works team that thank you for how fast you were able to fix that road up. And I attended, broadband committee meetings and sadly missed the ag one, other commitments, but it was a great couple of weeks, so short and sweet.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputy Reeve Melhoff? No? Moving on, then to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, I attended the Canada Day celebrations and pancake breakfast at the Caroline Museum. It was really nice. There was a good turnout there and the weather was really good. I also attended the broadband committee meeting. I had to leave just a few minutes prior to the end of the meeting. And I also attended the Community Futures annual general meeting with triple RF loans. A lot of them, surprisingly, have been paid back. But for the ones and individuals that haven't paid those loans back, they would have the repercussions would be a negative impact on your credit score. So that's my report.
Okay, any other questions for Councillor Northcott? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Haven't ever been on Community Futures, so I don't have a ton of background on it. I'd love you to go into a little bit more detail, like what type of businesses are being assisted. How does Community Futures get their funding? These are business people. How are they funded to help these businesses?
Great question. Thank you. So it's completely funded by the federal government, the triple RF loans. So that was the regional, like the loans, the $20,000 and $40,000 loans that were issued during COVID. Those funds the organization will get to keep and then redistribute back out from those regions. So the more money that is repaid back to the region, whether it's North Community Futures or Central or Southern, the amount of loans, they're higher interest loans often than what you'll get at a financial institution. So that 10, 12 sort of percent. There hasn't been a whole lot of applications coming through for loans, I would say, over this last year. But I mean, with interest rates at that rate, it's going to sort of hinder new businesses, I would say. But yeah, funded completely by the federal government, so it's all funded by tax dollars. There's roughly 280 offices across the country. If you consider all the elected delegates and everybody that sits on the boards and committees and everything like that, I think it consists of about 6,500 people across the country that would be involved with that organization. Yeah. There are some delinquencies and stuff like that but there are also other viable businesses that, are able to develop and make a business through the process.
Good. Oliver?
Yes, please. Thank you, Councillor Northcott. Should we be advertising this or putting it in our did you know? Like, I love the did you know that the communication team has been doing. Should we be advocating to have our businesses utilize this and come and pick Clearwater County and here's Community Futures information or something?
Yep, Community Futures does have a website that they do have, and they have invested some time in upgrading that and reaching out to community with engagements and stuff like that. So
Possibly, I agree with you, it could be a possibility of maybe our communications team reaching out and asking what impact Community Futures has done in our county, maybe. That may be an opportunity there.
Yep.
So, perfect, thank you for that. Moving on then to Councillor Northcott. Councillor Ratcliffe. Your lights are kind of like up and down again.
I'm the one with the glasses.
There you go. But the lights
Sorry.
were going on. That's cool.
Yeah, they're in alignment.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Reeve. Sorry about that.
No.
I attended the Nordegg Community Association meeting. This was the pizza and pie meeting. So, of course, I was early. There were concerns expressed there about the possibility of losing their post office and what options there might be to retain it. Certainly, a lot of concern in the community about the wildfire risk that Nordegg continues to rate very high on. So there's a lot of concern there and activity in the community to reduce that risk. And we're going to have a presentation on some of that later. And there was also a Bear Smart presentation. One thing I found a little surprising was that the number of maulings and fatalities for grizzlies and blacks are almost the same, which it's just the way it comes across. With some other councillors, I attended the opening of Crescent Falls, or reopening of Crescent Falls. Just to add a little more context to it, they have added more platforms and stairs and access down to the falls, so it's much safer, but it's also easier for more people to access. So the province has done a great job on making this attraction in our community more available. So I have to commend them for that. It was great to have Minister Lowen there mingling with the crowd and performing the ribbon cutting with support from the town and the county. I counted 125 steps. Somebody else said 128. So it's...
So did you go back and double check their work?
Thank you, no. With other members of council, I attended the U.S. agricultural tour, and yes, Matt and Jim represented our county very, very well. I spent most of Canada Day traveling, but did make it back in time for the fireworks, which was pretty fabulous. Also an update from NORCA, which is the Nordegg Off-Road Cycling Association, on their project on Black Mountain, that the trails they started last year are now open, and they are continuing to develop those trails and getting a lot of interest from the cycling aficionados. We didn't have a meeting of the Bighorn Backcountry Association, but there have been some emails going out that some of the members, sort of want to refocus the direction. And I circulated part of that email to the rest of council, looking for more input that I could carry forward. And that is my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Seeing none, move on to Councillor Cermak, please.
Thank you. I would like to thank everybody that came to the museum at Caroline. It was a fun day. I don't think I poisoned anybody, or at least I hope I didn't. The other thing is that on June 26th, senior housing met, and we discussed quite a bit of stuff. And one item was maybe looking at more information on the senior housing complex there. And on July 29th, Dave Williams from Parliament will be coming out and talking to us at the senior housing meeting on what they're, to give us more information on what they're negotiating and what they're supplying and what they can do for the senior housing in this area. They would like to do a multiple project, one in Caroline, one in Leslieville, I believe, and maybe something in Rocky. Make it a 3 sort of thing, but more information will come on July 29th. Senior housing, I thought we had a great meeting. Now the Chamber of Commerce has kind of taken on looking into it, and they've been asking if there's any land available for something in the Caroline area that the county has or the village has that they could rezone for institutional one. Looking forward to that. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I'm really sorry that I missed the broadband meeting on July 2nd. I know that there was a lot of information given in the closed session, and I hope when we have our next one on the 7th, that I can get an update on the closed session, because that cannot leave the closed session, so nobody can inform me of what took place there. But I would like to have that more information. I think I've missed a lot. I think there was a lot of good information that was given out there. Just by looking at the faces around here, and we were discussing it today, I'm really looking forward to more information on that. Sorry that I missed it. My wife had an operation that she had to do in Wetaskiwin, and I wasn't gonna miss that, so sorry. But I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So with that, any questions for Councillor Cermak? Councillor Northcott?
Meeting on July 29th, or is it open to council to attend that, or?
It's just the senior housing. We just wanted more information.
Right.
It's just a preliminary on, we didn't make any final decisions at the senior housing. We wanted more information of what the MLA is providing, and so that we can make an informed decision.
Are those meetings available, like if council wanted to just sit and observe, like not have any?
No, it's a closed meeting. It's our board meeting.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right.
We have 3 representatives on that meeting from the county, 2 from our council, and 1 at large. So we have a big representation on that council, on that board.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. So my council report is, yes, on the 26th of June, we, Councillor Cermak and I, during our senior housing meeting, we also have to submit our budgets for the year to the Government of Alberta. So we went over those budgets into regards to senior independent living, and of course for the lodge. Those get submitted to the government at that particular point in time for approval. We will get those approvals hopefully within the next month or 2. Being how it's summer, I think we get our approvals in September, but they have to be submitted for July 1st. So there was a timeline on that. I also attended the St. Dominic's High School graduation, and the next day to the David Thompson graduation. Councillor Lougheed was there with me for the St. DT graduation. I think it was fantastic to see all these grade 12 students throw their hats in the air and go, we're out of here. It was well done. Of course, the market on Main, the first initial market on Main got rained out, so I had intended to pop by the town. We were invited to attend with the town that evening, but I believe that's coming up this Thursday if we want to attend with them at the Market on Main. On the 28th, Councillor Cermak and I attended the Cape Annual General Meeting in Didsbury. And I have to say that was one of the best meetings I have had with Cape in probably 7 years. The guest speakers that particular day were from Invest Alberta, and they were talking about the investment that they're a working arm of the Government of Alberta, and they talked about that there was a $222 million investment in Coaldale from a company from the Netherlands called New Cold, C-O-L-D. So it's a cold food storage system, uses robotics, and it came to that area because of McCain's and Frito-Lay's. They're looking for 3 to 4 more locations in Alberta. This isn't some one-time, so they're looking for additional lands to do this. Their KPI or their key performance indicators for Invest Alberta is how many jobs are created with these investments. So that's what they're looking for. They're looking for at least 20% more rural jobs and the balance being urban. Their branding is Big Bold Alberta, which was very interesting. They make quick decision-making. They're looking for, they work at the speed of business and clients. So if they are approaching a municipality, they're looking for that municipality to make a quick decision. And in that, they also gave another example, and that was Ontario. That was presented at the Cape Blue Jeans and Denim at Camrose. That was their day here on June 12th. And in Ontario, it is actually a working farm for their high school that has been there. So that was fantastic. You can go on the website. It's through, they did give I can pass along the web link in regards to go and look at that. That was very interesting. There was a bad news story, I'll say, for those of us that attended Cape back in November. And if you remember, Centerra made that presentation in regards to their barns and their greenhouse. Well, they had one of their barns burned down just outside of Trochu. So they had 150 people laid off, unfortunately. It was their secondary meat processing plant that burnt down. So the plant will take 1 year to get rebuilt and reopen. And in the meantime, the mayor there, Barry, made the plea that if you needed some good temporary workers to please reach out to the town, because there are people there, they wanted to keep them employed. They're very important for their little community. And so he did that plea to everyone that day, that if you had other jobs or businesses that needed that opportunity, to please pass that along. So with that too, there was a quick presentation by Fortis, and Fortis said any economic development and businesses that need power, early engagement to establish load requirements would be great, because they say coming in after the fact was not necessarily a good thing. So from that Cape annual general meeting, I quickly came back to participate in the Rocky Credit Union's 80th anniversary. It was a great afternoon, well planned, and my sincere congratulations to that organization that we have in our community. It was well attended. July 1st, yes, went down to the Caroline Museum for a great pancake breakfast and to the National Historic Park. And it was also great to see all the families, and the Western Car Club had their vehicles out there. That was always nice to see and mingle around that. Broadband committee, and then on the 3rd, yes, drove out to Crescent Falls to see that wonderful new infrastructure that's out there. It's quite an engineering feat, I'll say, to see those pilings. They said they used a helicopter to bring in a lot of that infrastructure, and the base pad that the helicopter just, that to put the rest of the beams and everything else and move a crane on, et cetera, et cetera. So it was quite interesting to hear some of those details. Yes, the U.S. farmer delegation was here, was very well entertained, and I'm sure they carried on with lots of information back to their states, and great to have them around. On the 5th of July, I was asked to ride as the pioneer horsewoman for the horse-drawn carriage for the Southern Alberta Pioneers and their descendants in the Calgary Stampede Parade. It was 3 families represented. Fascinating stories that dated back to the mid-1800s. The parade was full. Thank you to the Rocky Museum for loaning me the dress. Thank God it was elastic, because let me tell you, it was a warm morning and getting on and off a wagon to help out. I was back at the Calgary Stampede on Sunday evening for Mr. Dreeshen's hosted the GOA Calgary Stampede event. The American Ambassador Dave Cohen and Premier Smith gave quick presentations of the economic relationship, economic opportunities that we have between our countries. So that was very interesting to hear. Always nice to meet up with cabinet ministers and MLAs and fellow elected officials that were there. I would say anywhere between 650 and 700 people in a room, which you thought in air condition would have been great, but no, it was still warm. But then I stayed overnight, and then yesterday morning I walked to the Premier's breakfast that she had hosted, bumped into Minister Lowen, Schultz, McIver, LaGrange, and MLA Weeb. So always nice to quickly speak to them and say hello. And then, yeah, I just wanted to say that, I seen on Facebook last night that the Black Lung Race has 15 more openings, wondering if this council wanted to enter. Can we go 145 kilometers? Maybe we can make a team. I'm 7 divided by 145, that might make it a lot easier. No, just kidding. So anyways, I know they'll get those spots filled, but anyways, but always good to know that that's a great interest, and it's nice to see that event being hosted for the first time out west. So that's all for my report. And so with that, I'll look for a motion to accept the verbal reports for information. Anybody want to make that? Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. Thank you. Looking at correspondence, we have 8.1, we have a letter to Premier Smith in conjunction. It's to address the issues of the urgent need to address the Rocky Mount Health Center Emergency Department, their increased closures. Councillor Graham?
Do we need a motion to sign this, or is it already?
I believe so.
I'll make a motion that we endorse the letter.
Absolutely, and I think actually it should be updated as of yesterday if we could, because there was another closure last night. So if we could have that updated to include 8, please. All right, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually was gonna ask where they got their closure numbers from, because I'm actually under the understanding since January, it's been more than 8.
More than 9.
So I wasn't sure where the town council got their, I don't know. Okay.
Maybe it's reflect through, maybe it's a question to go back
Yeah.
to
You can ask the
Heather
committee.
Kipling, who's been advising councils of this, so.
Sounds good.
If maybe CO Emmons could clarify before the letter gets sent off, please. Perfect. All right, motion on the floor for endorsement. Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
This is so important to this area. Like, I certainly hope a letter helps, but I think our premier is way too busy. Is there any way that we can address straight to the health department
It is CC to her.
that, I mean, sure it goes to the health minister, but is there any way that we can get to the Alberta health person that's in charge of doing this?
Yes, it's CC'd. It's CC'd on there too, yeah. Yeah, there's a list of CCs there, Councillor Cermak, so of course it's Minister LaGrange, MLA Nixon, the AHS Executive Board Chair, Dr. Oldberg, Ochese Sunchild First Nations, Bighorn First Nation, Town Council, and of course Clearwater County Council. So is there any, I believe we've covered our region, and is there anyone missing on that list that you feel?
No, I think you got it fairly well covered. It's just that, is there any way that we can ask to get some information back on what they're doing? Instead of just a nice letter saying thank you for your letter, and we'll take it into consideration.
I'm going to defer to Deputy Reeve Melhoff, because I'm sure through the public engagement.
The health engagement
health
team,
engagement team, yes, go ahead.
Not just from the health engagement team, but in general, one of the best ways for us to get through to the provincial team is through resolutions. So, I mean, we're meeting with RMA this afternoon, but we discussed resolutions, when was that, last council meeting?
Last meeting.
And we opted to not do any, but this would absolutely be something we could build a resolution on and have the weight of the entire province of municipalities fighting this, because we're not the only ones that have this problem. And it's interesting because for Rocky in particular, we have more doctors than we've had in a long time, and yet tons of closures. So I think
And more
there's,
closures than we've had in a long time.
so there's other things at play here, and potentially there's an opportunity for a resolution, if the county so desired, and if we still had time to do that, which we'd have to talk to Ms. Haight and determine if we still had time to build a resolution around that, but we'd also have to know exactly what we're advocating for. I've found that we've been the most successful when we give them solutions to the problem. When our resolution actually says, here's the problem, but here's the solution on how to fix it, now just go forth and do it. We've been the most successful that way. Perhaps we can do something very similar to that here.
And as you've indicated, yes, having a good discussion with the Army team that's coming this afternoon will probably be a good opportunity for that. So anyways, cool. So with that, the motion on the floor for endorsement, I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. So with that, we have also the Rocky Mountain House Airport briefing in regards to that. And then we have the water finance. I'm not trying to go through each one. I believe there'll be more information coming forth on some of these. Is there also the National Police Federation Army resolution on that in regards to, there's some identified information there. Water finance research 8.4 report letter. And of course, the Alberta Japan Municipalities Association Conference that's going to be held at Rocky Mountain House the 26th, 27th of this month. So if there's no other further comments or information or discussion, a motion to accept correspondence as presented. Councillor Graham, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Sorry, I just had a question. Are we gonna ensure that Clearwater County is represented at the twin municipalities? Are we going to secure registration for that before July 11th? Do we already have registration for that?
I believe this is, yeah, they don't, I'm not sure, it's never been in my time here that there's been a hosting the annual conference here at this particular, and I don't believe in the past that there's been anybody that's gone to that or is requested to go on, but being as how it is here in Rocky Mountain House, might be prudent to have someone from council wishing to attend.
Well, I could be wrong, but this looks like an invite, unless I'm reading it wrong.
Please secure your registration is what
Okay.
So an invitation, yes. But is anyone interested in attending the reception and AGM on this particular item?
Well, I would be happy to represent Clearwater County, but I just assumed the Reeve would want to represent Clearwater County with the delegates from Japan and the Rocky Town Council.
And I am I'm like, kind of like you, I'm not sure on my commitment as of those 2 days yet, so be happy to converse with
Why don't
you
we
at that
secure,
point.
yeah, why don't we secure a spot?
Okay.
And then we can figure out who's attending to represent Clearwater County. Do we only need one spot team, or is there other people that are interested in attending? Okay, sounds
Okay.
like one, and we'll figure out who's going.
Yep.
Do you need a motion for that? I would make that motion if you require one. I'll make the motion that we secure a spot for the Twin Cities conference to represent Clearwater County alongside Rocky Mountain House and the delegates from Japan.
Thank you for the motion.
Friday night and Saturday,
Yes,
schedule breakfast, lunch, and refreshment.
yes,
You're tied up.
2 days, evening and a day. Yeah. So with that, call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. So Councillor Graham made the motion to accept correspondence items.
Yeah, we was fully against rules. Whoops.
So, no, that's fine. That was in, the motion was specifically in regards to that agenda item, which is fine. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of the correspondence items? Okay, that's carried. All right, so looking, we do have a closed session. Looking across the room, I think, CO Emmons, we have time for a closed session. And then coming back at 1 o'clock for our delegation, if that works. Okay, so motion to go into closed session. Counselor Ratcliffe makes the motion. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Okay, so we're out of our closed session. No motions coming out of closed session. And we are going to break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock for our 1 o'clock delegation. And welcome back to our council meeting for July 9th, 2024. So we are in our agenda item at our delegation section for 1 p.m., which is Sustained Technologies. Kevin Cameron, the Vice President of Business Development, to give a presentation. But first, I will turn the floor over to CAO Emmons to give the introductions, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and good afternoon, Council. So, Council may recall, during the RMA, we had opportunity to have conversations with some of your colleagues from Wetaskiwin. Subsequently, I sat down with the CAO of Wetaskiwin, County of Wetaskiwin, and had a great conversation. And this is actually following those conversations. We've asked for a delegation, and we have Kevin Cameron, Vice President, Business Development with Sustained Technologies, who will be discussing the construction of a new Sustained Advanced Recycling Plant in Wetaskiwin County. Sustained Technologies is meeting with surrounding communities to discuss the merits of bringing their municipal solid waste to the facility. I will hand it over to the delegation at hand, and at the end of this delegation, I would ask that Council receives the presentation from Kevin Cameron, Vice President, Business Development, Sustained Technologies Incorporated, for information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just before we turn it over, perhaps it would be an opportunity right now just to quickly do our round of introductions, and that way you know who is in the room. So I'll start on my right, please.
Good afternoon, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Hello, Michelle Swanson. I am Division 7 Counselor in Reeve.
Good afternoon. I'm Jordan Northcott, Councillor for Division 4.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5. I'm looking forward to your presentation and understanding your technology.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good afternoon, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
All right.
Thank
Go ahead, gentlemen.
you very much. And look, I'm fortunate enough today to have my colleague and my president, Peter Vinyl, here, who will be taking the lead. So I will fill in as required. Again, I'm Kevin Cameron, Vice President of Business Development at Sustain, and I'll hand it over to Peter to introduce himself and start the presentation today.
Great, thanks, Kevin, and thanks everybody for the introduction. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about our exciting project in Alberta. So I'm Peter Vinyl, President, Founder at Sustain. I've got a little slideshow, and hopefully, if I share my screen, it'll come through for you. Let's just see if that happens. And okay, are you able to see my screen over there?
You bet.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, again, thanks again. We're very excited to be in Alberta to kind of leverage the success we've had here in Nova Scotia. On this first page, you'll see a picture at the top there of our first commercial facility. It's about an hour south of Halifax in Nova Scotia, and it caters to a population of around 200,000 people in terms of diverting municipal solid waste to value-added materials. And actually, I'm in that plant today. I'm sitting in this room over here at the top. I'll just like to give you a little bit of background on Sustain, kind of who we are, what we do, describe our technology, and then move on to talk about our Alberta project. And so hopefully that agenda is going to work for you folks. And if you can give me a sense of your timeline, how much time do we have?
I believe we have till 2 o'clock. No.
Okay.
We have another delegation at 3. So, but
okay, that's no problem. No problem. I'm sure we can make it work then. So
you can make it work.
So
if anything, I will say that we've got 15 or 20 minutes left. How's that?
Yeah, no worries. Then I'll go reasonably fast. So a little bit about us. Sustain's been around for about 10 years now. So we founded in 2014 here in Nova Scotia. And what we have is we've developed a series of proprietary technologies that enable the separation and recycling of regular garbage. And I think what we would say is that, burying or burning garbage is those are options, but nothing like as positive and future-oriented as circularizing waste, which is what our process can do. Two main products that we make out of regular garbage, and the first one is a biomass. So it's a low carbon, in fact, negative carbon, because we've eliminated all that methane at the landfill. So a negative carbon biomass that has a series of applications, which I'll talk about. And then the second one is diesel and naphtha. And that comes from the plastic part of garbage. Our goal as we build plants is to divert 90% of the material away from the landfill. There's always going to be a need for a place to put, hazardous materials, and some things just simply can't be recycled. But our process is capable of delivering 90%. And in terms of the environment, certainly compared to landfilling, we offer a tremendous advantage. For every ton of waste that we divert from a landfill to our process, is going to result in somewhere between 2 and 3 tons of CO2 equivalent net reductions. And that's primarily because of eliminating the methane that is produced in the landfill through anaerobic digestion of organic material. As I mentioned, we've got our first commercial demonstration plant running in Nova Scotia, scaling up, and we're capable of operating building plants up to around 350,000 tons per year. The next page is really a bit of I wouldn't call this a flow sheet, but it's a map that shows, the inputs of our process and the outputs, and a little bit of how it works. So on the left, basically we take, regular landfill destined solid waste after typical recycling. So, we're agnostic to the degree of recycling that's done in the community. Recycling of some things, as we think, makes a lot of sense. Certain plastics and, clean paper and biomass, that makes sense. Even some organics in some cases make sense. However, our process does like organics, and so it's not necessary to separate organics and have a separate diversion program for that. That can be left in the garbage and straight into our process. The first main stage in our process, so the truck that would go to a landfill basically goes to our plant. The plant can be built at a landfill or somewhere nearby. But that truck will just dump its load into our tipping floor, where it gets first, visually checked by an operator to make sure there's nothing in there, no damaging or hazardous materials, which we'll pull out. Everything else just gets shredded down to about 3 or 4 inches size. And then we do what's called thermal hydrolysis. Now, thermal hydrolysis is like steam cooking. So if you've got a pressure cooker at home, that's basically what we do, except ours is a fairly, a much larger and a continuous process. So you've got continuously feeding the shredded garbage in, and it's being cooked at a certain temperature and pressure using steam. Okay, so there's no combustion going on. We're just cooking it with steam. There's no emissions from that process. It's all self-contained. And why do we do that? I'm an old pulp and paper guy, and one of the things I learned over the years was that steam temperature has this ability to cause separation of fibers, and so when you make, one of the reasons garbage is so difficult to deal with and to recycle is that paper and cardboard and other packaging materials, including plastics, are strong. They're designed to be strong and have that utility. And so that makes them useful, but it makes them very difficult to separate and therefore recycle. So steam at pressure and temperature breaks the hydrogen bonds in the packaging material, the paper and cardboard, basically unmakes the paper, if you like, into little fibers. Okay, so you've turned all of these different kinds and sizes of packaging material into little tiny fibers again. It takes about a half an hour at a certain pressure and temperature with our unit to do that. The second thing we want to happen there is we want the plastics, again, lots of different sizes and shapes in the plastics. We want them to shrink down into hard pieces. And then there's a temperature range that enables both of those things to happen. Organic material goes back to little fibers. plastic goes back into hard pieces. So now we've got big things and little things, and the big things being the plastics and other stuff, little things being the fibers, and we're able to screen them and separate them using mechanical screens. That's off-the-shelf technology, in fact. So we have a clean stream of organic material, so-called biomass. We do further cleaning with some proprietary cleaners we've developed, and that biomass then has multiple applications. Here in Nova Scotia, we do direct thermal, which means we clean it, we pelletize it, and it's like a wood pellet. It can be used for direct thermal for energy, basically goes to a power plant. A pathway we followed up after that was, as a fertilizer, we found we had high nutrient levels in our organic material coming out of our process, and we sought and obtained Canadian Food Inspection Agency approval to use it as a biofertilizer, an organic fertilizer. We were the first of a kind in North America to do that, to gain that certification, which is kind of a testament to how clean our product is. And then finally, because it was nutrient rich, we did trials over some years on anaerobic digestion to renewable natural gas. And that's turned out to be a winner. We've got a number of projects, including the project in Alberta with Wetaskiwin, where that will be the final product, renewable natural gas, AKA methane. And what I would say here is that you've got a landfill. The alternative to this technology is a landfill, which is a very inefficient anaerobic digester. So, over 20, 30, 40 years, you're going to make a lot of methane, and you'll be lucky if half of that gets captured if you've got a collection system, and then you can burn it. The other half is going to get into the environment. In fact, in the US, EPA just released a report where less than 40% of methane is being captured, 60% goes to the environment. Our system, we capture that methane in a closed anaerobic digester, and then we use it as renewable natural gas, so it has a negative carbon impact. Let's go back over here then to the chart, to the plastic part. Roughly 20% of garbage is plastic, 60 to 65% is biomass. So once we've separated the plastic, those hard pieces, we clean it, and then we go through a plastic reforming process where we can turn it into diesel and naphtha. So we also have an on-site refining system. So, we basically vaporize the plastic in a closed vessel without any oxygen, a little bit of nitrogen, and then we condense those vapors into diesel and naphtha. And the whole process is energy self-sufficient. And actually, we have surplus energy coming out of our process. So we can run the whole plant thermally and electrically with just a small fraction of the energy within the plastic, which is how we're able to make this process cost competitive with landfilling. And so the technologies that really are new and unique that we've been able to develop here in Nova Scotia, I'll just kind of run through them. The first one is that steam pressure cooking. Again, no emissions, and leveraging the pulping experience that we have in our group. The second one is the plastic conversion to naphtha and diesel. And in the beginning, I'll just go back to this page for a second. In the beginning, several years ago, our goal was to make low carbon fuels from garbage. But the world changed. I mentioned we were making fuel pellets. That's a fuel. Now we're making renewable natural gas, which is truly renewable and circular. On the plastic side, because we make diesel and naphtha is like a light, somewhere between diesel and gasoline. It's a lighter fuel. The petrochemical industry learned we were making this product from end-of-life plastic, tested it, and now we actually have an offtake. And it's a large petrochemical group that will buy all of our naphtha globally and turn it back into plastic. So we've shifted from sort of a fuel focus to a circular focus. We basically solved the enhancing recycling of the least recyclable plastic that's in garbage, putting it back into a feedstock to make plastic and displace fossil fuel in the process. Just a little bit about the environment I'll talk about. We've had 3 different independent consultants in life cycle carbon analysis and have come to the same conclusion that somewhere between 2 and 3 tons of CO2 equivalent reduction is achieved with our process for every ton of garbage that is displaced away from a landfill. And that's not something that is easy to achieve and not something that we actually get paid for, but it's the right thing to do. So let's just flip over to the Wetaskiwin project. We started talking to Wetaskiwin, I guess, Kevin, it's about a year ago, Wetaskiwin, and
That's right.
yeah, and then, but before that, we had a relationship with the CAO, the new CAO at Wetaskiwin, who was working in a different city. So the scale of the project in Wetaskiwin, we're targeting 200,000 tons per year. Obviously, the higher the volume and closer we can get to that target, the better the economics, and therefore tipping fees can be lower. We'll always be lower cost than incineration, and obviously while delivering, a better carbon outcome and a better environmental outcome. So for that 200,000 tons per year of input garbage, what's going to come out of our plant? Well, it'll be about 600,000 gigajoules per year of renewable natural gas. And just to put that into a common factor, that would be around 140,000 households, average Alberta households for heating. Around 20 million liters per year of diesel and naphtha. About half of that would go to plastic circularity, and the other half would be more for local use, for diesel, for farming, transportation, etc. And then around 9,000 tons of recycled materials. We're looking at a couple of options for location in Wetaskiwin, and the land requirement for our process is around 5 hectares. The business model that we have, and is consistent with Wetaskiwin's requirements, is that we basically sustain, finance it, build it, own and operate it. And obviously there's potential for minority community equity, and that's something that Wetaskiwin does have an interest in and will be pursuing. We're also pursuing getting the province to support the project in terms of funding and other opportunities. The plant, just a little bit about it. We need a bit of an electrical connection, a couple of megawatts. We consume some water, but it's quite minimal. It's so here in Nova Scotia, we actually run on a well. We're not connected to any city water, and we don't have any liquid effluent from our plant. We run on a dry process. The plant's going to be somewhere between 35 and 40 employees that will be mostly technical and maintenance roles. Our plant is highly automated, central control room, and vision systems throughout. And we're working on developing some sort of artificial intelligence vision systems as well. So just a bit on the waste supply, because I think we want to get the message out that this is a new option available for the region. As I mentioned, 200,000 tons is our goal. We would set a minimum of 100,000. At 100,000, we're economic, but I'm sorry, my screen is jumping around here, and I'm not sure why it's doing that. As I mentioned, we don't really care if source separated organics are in or out of the feedstock. We would prefer them to be in, if that's possible. And also want to mention, we can take other sources of waste plastic. We've noted in Alberta particularly, there's a lot of agricultural waste plastic that doesn't have a home. We've started to work with some of the groups that collect that plastic and seek an output from it. In fact, we had a truckload of material that was collected by the Dried Meat Lake landfill. I think it was, Kevin. That's right. That was shipped out here to Nova Scotia. It's arrived now, and we're going to run it through our process, and just basically to prove that we can run agricultural and other waste plastic from Alberta in our process. In terms of truck deliveries, it's going to be in the range of 20 to 30 trucks, depending on the scale, which would be the same truck traffic that's delivering material to landfill today. I sort of talked about, I'm not in a position to throw out a tipping fee just yet, as we're still evaluating what the scale is going to land. But basically, this pictorial is showing that the closer we can get to that 200,000 tons, we think we can beat local landfill costs and be very competitive. And in any case, we're going to be less than the cost of incineration, which we know has been pursued in Edmonton. Just a little bit. Okay, so securing the waste is one of our challenges and opportunities for communities to support us. At the other end of our process, we're making products, and so where are those products going to go? We've already got a commercial offtake for the diesel and naphtha here in Nova Scotia. We're negotiating framework agreements for basically our other projects across the country and in the US. We would prefer to have the naphtha go back to chemical recycling to make plastic. That's the best use for it for sure. But we would also, and we're looking at options in Alberta to do that. There are facilities that could take that product, and we'll be pursuing local markets for diesel. On the biomass side, the option to convert our biomass into renewable natural gas seems like the best output for Alberta, and we're looking at options for monetizing that renewable natural gas, and that would be within the scope of the project. So think about a sustained separation plant and an anaerobic digester plant adjacent to it. So in terms of sort of where we are in our schedule and our work, our current work focus is really around securing these waste commitments. We're interested in getting your feedback on that and potential to support us. The offtake of renewable natural gas, we're talking to Enbridge, Fortis, and some others. I mentioned the testing about Alberta agricultural plastics in Nova Scotia. That's ongoing. We've started preliminary environmental permitting discussions. We don't see that as being a limiting factor at all. And obviously we're working on funding for the project, and we're targeting a final investment decision in the fourth quarter of this year, which will hopefully lead to a positive decision to move ahead with the project. That's our goal. And before I wrap it up, anything to add, Kevin, that you think I've missed before we hand it over to questions?
Thanks, Peter. And a couple quick points. One would be just the response that we received from several Alberta communities, and not just this year. We've seen it over the last couple of years. Very, very environmentally conscious, and there's a movement across your province to look to the future and look open-mindedly to alternatives. So Peter spoke about the Wetaskiwin project. That is job one for us. We want to get that sited and started, but there's interest elsewhere. And in the case of neighboring communities, we are talking to a lot of your colleagues, and many of you would know personally. In the whole catchment area around Wetaskiwin, we've got to find it secure at least a minimum of $100,000 before that Q4 final investment decision is made. We're confident that that's going to happen, but as Peter points out, the larger the project, the better the economics for everyone involved, including all stakeholders. That's what I'd say for now, and maybe open it up for questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and it's good to know that you're actually testing those egg plastics, because again, we have a lot of farmers in our area as well, so we'll be curious on the results from that. All right, I'm opening up the questions for council. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Many of the communities out here are industrial based. Where do you sit with like industrial type waste? That becomes a huge challenge, and I know that our community in particular doesn't like to see it just be dumped down a well somewhere. What are some of your thoughts, and if you are able to take on some of those challenges of the industrial waste?
Yeah, very much so. What I would say is industrial waste is highly variable. Like there's different products, so many different products. So, but we're open to having discussions. We've already started some discussions with groups that, for example, have alternative feedstocks for anaerobic digestion to make more renewable natural gas, like animal byproducts. And we're certainly open to doing that, to bringing those into our plant. So, as far as building, construction, demolition type waste is not ideal for us. So anything that's typical C&D, that might be bricks and mortar and roofing tiles and things, not so much. That should go to a separate facility. But industrial waste that are constant, let's say plastic, byproduct plastic, for sure, we're open to that.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question in regards to your requirements in regards to energy and water. Is that a big, you need a reliable source for that? Is that something that your technology that requires that?
No, nothing special. So we just need a regular electrical connection. Although we are 100% energy self-sufficient, you need power to start up, right? And so we need a connection to get going. But the plant will be energy self-sufficient after that. As far as water, it's fairly minimal. So it's it's in the range of 4 to 5 cubic meters per day of water. It's 30 to 40 cubic meters per day of water, which is not a lot of water.
Any other questions? I'm curious on your that biodiesel that you've produced. I know a lot of airlines are looking for that sustainable, renewable fuel. Is this a market for that?
It can be upgraded. Aviation fuel, sustainable aviation fuel, so-called SAF, is a hot market right now, and the prices are great. But some upgrading is required for our product to get there, and so it may be that we feed our heavier portion into a refinery that can do that. That's one option.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, I have 3 questions. The first one is, you stated that there was no emissions from this process. However, to create steam, you would have to have a fuel source to make steam. What's the emissions from the fuel that you use to create the steam?
Yeah, so let's deal with that one first. So of course there are some emissions. So maybe I misstated by saying 0 emissions. I meant around the steam cooking part, right? There's no emissions. You have to make the steam. To make the steam, you've got to burn fuel, and so there are emissions from that. It's like we burn a small fraction of the diesel to do that. So the diesel that we make is like regular diesel. I run it in my truck. So it's like a furnace. It's just a standalone boiler that's designed to burn diesel.
Okay.
But what I would say is that the amount of carbon emissions from that relative to the reduction in carbon from the overall process, that's like 1%.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I was just wondering if there's more fuel used to steam.
No, it's tiny compared to the benefit. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
Right, thank you. And I guess that sort of answers one of my other questions. For smell or venting, like, what are the
Good question.
smells?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Interestingly, when you cook garbage, it becomes kind of almost aromatic. I'm actually in the plant right now, and so if you have garbage and you allow it to stay around for a long time, it's going to get smelly for sure. And we have vapor adsorption systems anyway, like air systems, to make sure that within the building there's no odor issues. Our plan is not to keep garbage around. Like literally, the truck dumps the garbage, and it's in our plant within a day. Like it's fully processed within a day, and so we've not had any issues with odor as a result of that.
Okay, no, I was just curious through the process of steam.
Yeah, it actually mitigates the odor, believe it or not. When you cook, it turns it into more like it's like the smell in your kitchen when you cook with your pressure cooker, if you like, cooking vegetables. It smells a bit like that. And what I would say is it's a lot less odor than you would have at a landfill, where you've got material sitting around for a long time and generating smelly methane.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just wondering what sort of area you would need to collect feedstock from to reach this 200,000 tons per year.
Yeah, so if we draw a line around, circle around sort of Wetaskiwin, or any plant that we look at siting, we would typically say an hour like an hour drive would be a reasonable limit. You wouldn't want to go much further than an hour because just the economics get more challenging. Although we do know in Alberta, waste is hauled a long way. We know many counties that are hauling their waste, several hours. Our goal would be to keep it to an hour or less, and we're confident that there is much more than 200,000 available within that circle. Edmonton, of course, is a bit of a flyer for us. How much volume we're going to be able to get from Edmonton, Leduc, that area. Red Deer is certainly within the circle. So our goal is 200,000. We think it's achievable, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
Follow up? Peter.
If a person was near your plant in Nova Scotia, do you have tours of?
Yeah, we do, and then we would invite any of you to visit. Of course, if you're ever in town or in Atlantic Canada, you should come.
All right, thank you.
It's a fairly hot tour, right, Kevin?
No, it is. Well, it's quite popular. Most people come over through me to get booked in, and we've got a busy summer right now. And it's and the other thing is seeing is believing. We can walk you through a virtual tour of the plant operating, which is second to being there in person. But we're always welcome. In fact, we've got some folks from Alberta coming in the next few weeks.
Okay.
Amongst many others.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yes, I'm more interested in what's your input cost per ton to deal with this garbage?
I'm sorry. I got to apologize. I didn't catch that one. My phone kind of went off when you started talking, so it's turned off now. If you could repeat, I'd appreciate that.
Your input cost per ton to deal with the garbage?
Well, we would, so input costs, we'll first of all, we will be paid to take the garbage, right? So it costs money to landfill. So we'll expect a fee. We'll expect to be paid per ton. Then we have an operating cost. And that operating cost, of course, is dependent on the scale. If we're at 100,000 ton per year, it'll be a certain cost. If we're at 200, it's going to be lower. And so at 100,000 tons, we think we can be close to competitive to Alberta landfill costs. At 200,000 will be less.
You don't know what the cost per ton would be at 200,000 then? Your input cost?
It depends on some factors, and I'm not hedging here, right? We haven't nailed down our offtake prices for RNG yet. We haven't nailed down some other factors in our model, but it's going to be probably in the range of somewhere between sort of $40 and $70, $40 and $60, somewhere around there. And I hate throwing out numbers because someone's going to come back and say, well, you said at this meeting, $40, right? So you understand the position I'm in.
That's exactly what I'm doing, nailing you down to it.
Exactly.
Thanks.
I know what you're doing.
Thank you for that.
Peter didn't say that he speaks in US dollars all the time, Councillor.
Yeah.
That's great. Any other questions from council? Deputy Reeve Bellahoff?
The only other questions I have is actually for my administration, so I think that we'll have to wait for it to come back for with the background with our admin. So I would make the motion to accept for information, and then we can have our administration run through it and bring it back with their side of it.
Great.
Thank you for the motion. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the presentation. Yes, it's very interesting, it's very exciting, it's new technology, and we understand that solid waste is not going away in the future, so we need to do something about it. So thank you again. All right, motion.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks for the opportunity, and appreciate your kind of the vision that you have, very future oriented, and we like working with communities that have that perspective.
Thank you so much. All right, motion on the floor to accept for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Have a wonderful day, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye now.
Thank you. So with that, agenda item is now over. I would imagine that at some future point, we'll be able to bring that opportunity to have a comparison look with our end of waste and see if there's an opportunity there at some point in time. So with that, Councillor Cermak, do you have a question or comment? Yeah.
What is our price per ton to go to the landfill? And what all we do with our waste? Have we ever figured out our cost?
Absolutely. So we are very close to that $90 mark, within pennies. As a municipality, we don't make money, and so our fees reflect very close to our operating costs.
Yeah. $90 a ton.
Yeah.
All right.
And how many ton do we typically do a year?
Oh, you're testing me, Councillor Cermak.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe
As my memory goes, we average right around that 120,000, but I would want to verify that.
So we're not big enough for what he is proposing. He likes to see the 200,000. He said they can work at 100, but
yeah,
it's
without
better.
the detail, I don't know if that would include Wetaskiwins themselves or what the capability of the plant is. Like, is that a cumulative 200,000, the capacity of the plant? Are they looking at from Clearwater County as a contributor?
yeah, he said that plant in Nova Scotia was good for 350,000
combined.
tons a year.
That's for combined, correct? That's what I heard.
Yeah.
For combined, yes, so.
I would think the more you bring into the plant, the less the dollars would decrease.
Absolutely, but everything has a capacity.
Yeah.
Councillor Cermak, and I don't know if County of Wetaskiwins is a mirror to the one in Nova Scotia, if it's a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
But council was interested in the technology, so we just wanted to present it as council's going through its strategic planning. As you all well know, sales pitch is not permitted through your procedural bylaw. So this was more about the technology and the information, as an alternative to landfilling, absolutely.
I like that idea of that. He turns it into a liquid and they sell that liquid back to the plastic companies and they remake plastic out of it. That's a nice way to circulate plastic. Yeah.
All right, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thanks, Mike. If the county's solid waste is pushing that 100,000, would you have an idea of what the combined regions solid waste might be?
So that would include their surrounding regions, Councillor Ratcliffe. We are the only municipality with landfill.
Okay.
So we do currently take in those municipalities.
Okay. Oh, I thought a lot of stuff from town was being hauled out of the area.
And that, I would propose that would still continue. We have no input into where the town goes, but we do have our gates open for our neighboring municipalities. So whatever they wish to bring to us, we already accept.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. It's interesting, the steam approach to reduce the emissions rather than just carbonization. That was interesting. Thank you.
Absolutely, great technology. All right, so with that, we have concluded all the items on our agenda. So we have one thing left to do, and that is item number 10, I believe, and that is adjournment. Oh, okay, so Councillor Northcott will adjourn the meeting at 1:41. All those in favor? Thank you, everyone. Stay cool.